Good evening. It is Monday, June 27th. The time is 6:04 p.m. I call this meeting of the Clear Creek Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called and that its notice has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. And I will call us into closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, concerning purposes permitted by the Act, including A, 551.071, consultation with attorney, B, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, C, 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignments, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an employee. So I will call us into closed session at 6:05 p.m. 7:28, and I call us back into open session. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge.
Good evening. I would like to ask a couple of very special Clear Falls alumni, Max Carrillo and Kai Corral, to join me in leading the pledge. I'll meet you down front.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. So we have a number of fun celebrations this evening, and if you have not seen the viral video of tonight's Heroes in the Hallway yet, you are in for a heartwarming treat. And let me give you some background information to what you're about to see. So at the conclusion of the Clear Falls graduation ceremony on May 21st, our 630 graduates, of course, tossed their caps into the air, as is the time-honored tradition at graduation ceremonies. And someone in the stands happened to capture the moments when Max, who just helped lead the pledge, performed a simple but really powerful act of kindness in returning Kai's mortarboard to her. So check out the moment captured on video. Is that awesome or what? So we are so pleased to have the stars of this video that went viral nationally here with us this evening. So I'd like to ask Max Carrillo and Kai Corral to please join us up front so we can recognize you as this month's Heroes in the Hallway. Fantastic. So we extend a huge thank you to each of you for lifting us up with your spirit of kindness, camaraderie, and also just pure joy in the moment. That's fantastic.
I was going to say, Mom and Dad, you copyright.
So next we are going to celebrate the 2022 Substitute Employees of the Year. And sometimes substitute teachers really are the unsung heroes of a school community. In CCISD, we try to sing their praises every chance that we get because they are always ready to step up and do what's needed whenever and wherever it's needed. And so this evening we're excited to celebrate the 2022 Substitute Employees of the Year. And obviously, when a teacher must be absent, I know that it gives them really great peace of mind if they're able to be out of the classroom and have confidence that they're leaving the classroom in the very capable hands of our substitute professionals who help provide high-quality instruction in their absence. So each of the individuals being honored this evening have been invaluable team members to their school communities. They demonstrate strong commitment, strong compassion, and flexibility, true flexibility in serving their assigned campuses. So first, like to ask to come forward, we want to extend congratulations to Daisy Cardozo from McWhirter Elementary. And as she's coming forward with her family members and also school principal, let me share some information about her. She consistently exhibits the CCISD core value of respect. She exhibits respect through her actions each day that she is at McWhirter. She always finds value in others when working with students. She resigned her job as a CCISD paraprofessional to become a long-term bilingual substitute in 4th grade at McWhirter. And campus leaders state that she always seeks new ways to support student learning. So we are deeply appreciative for your contributions.
Okay, let's get one right here and then we'll after
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We are also thrilled to recognize Gerard Rosas from Clear Creek Intermediate. Mr. Rosas consistently exhibits the CCISD core value of caring. So please join me in congratulating him, and I'd like to ask him to come forward as well. So Mr. Rosas exhibits and models the CCISD core value of caring to the faculty, staff, and students each and every day. He demonstrates his caring attitude by building solid, positive relationships with students and staff members. It's not uncommon to see him mentoring students or helping them with their math assignments. He regularly checks in with the school secretary and asks, "What do you need?" He truly takes the phrase and quote, and whatever other duties as assigned, to a new level, going over and above and beyond what's expected in his job description, displaying a positive attitude, a willingness to pick up whatever job is needed, and the knowledge and skills to do a phenomenal job. We greatly appreciate your contribution. Hey, she's stepping away now, but I also need to give a shout out to substitute coordinator Verna Henry. She has worked tirelessly to increase the number of substitutes in CCISD to the highest number we've ever had, and so thank you. She works daily, starting very early and extending late, to ensure that substitute positions not filled are balanced among campuses. And while she continues to strive for even more available substitutes, her efforts have resulted in a higher substitute fill rate than any of our neighboring school districts during the 21-22 school year. And for any of you, those of you who came to watch tonight's meeting, if she tried to recruit you for a sub position, I'd apologize, but that's just what she does. So thank you as well. So next, we are pleased to celebrate the fact that yet again our district has earned the ASBO Certificate of Excellence. And ASBO stands for the Association of School Business Officials. And so the award is specifically for fiscal year 2021, and the award is the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. Now, just because we earn this important award year after year does not mean that we take the accolade for granted. because each and every day, CCISD's finance team is dedicated and meticulous in their commitment to high-quality financial reporting and full transparency for all stakeholders. And really, it takes a well-oiled team to make it all happen, to expertly manage our district's finances, and to earn not only this budget award, but also other budget and finance designations. And I'd like to ask a few representatives of that top-notch finance team to step forward so we can recognize you for the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. Alice Benzai, Pam Carrington, Nancy Burge, Paige Fahey, and Scott Kohler. Congratulations. Fantastic. Thank you all for all your work on this.
I want to let everybody know I'm not in trouble. My wife knows Paige real well. And next, we will move on to our administrative report. Our annual tax collection report.
Good evening. So tonight, Purdue, Brandon, Fielder, Collins, and Mott will be presenting our annual delinquent tax collection reports. Purdue represents CCISD in delinquent property tax matters, as well as representing the district in appeals and audits of the Texas Comptroller's property value studies. So tonight, I'm introducing Jason Bailey, Elizabeth Wheely, and Melissa Valdez. So I will.
Welcome.
Just real quickly, I want to thank y'all for giving us time to come out and talk about the legal tax office. Let you know that Terry and her office is doing a great job. We look forward to getting through the first legal tax collection season and continuing the tradition of having a great tax office for your citizens. And continuing tradition, since in my absence last year, my law partners Melissa and Elizabeth did such a fine job. You get an encore performance. I'm turning it over to them.
Hey, guys. Good to see everybody again.
Before we start, I never miss a chance to tell everybody how much I love the district. I went to the Clear Creek ISD, K through 12. I love it. Happy to be here. Thank you for having us. So we're going to just quickly go through this. We won't take up too much of your time, but we're starting with the tax calendar. So for 2020, in October, the original tax bills are mailed, and you'll see that the original tax levy was about $3 million. In February 2021, that's when the taxes become delinquent and the delinquent tax bills go out. In May, another notice is sent out letting people know that there's going to be additional penalties attached if they don't pay by July. And then in July of 2021 is when the taxes are turned over to us for collection. So you'll see what was turned over to us was just over $4 million, meaning the tax office collected 98.6% of the taxes. So they do the heavy lifting. They're an excellent, it's a great tax office. They collect so much of this before it even gets to us. Going to the next slide, this is just a breakdown of where the taxes are that were turned over to us in July. So 78% have been collected. The remainder of the pie, these small pieces, some of this is uncollectible right now. It's in bankruptcy, taxes are deferred, people might be in valuation disputes. Some of it's in litigation, so we've tried other means of collecting, and now we're filing lawsuits and moving that direction. On the next slide, this is giving you a big overview. So of the $296 million, 99.69% of that has been collected. And the base tax that we're working on right now represents just 0.31% of the taxes. It's a very small amount.
Thanks, Melissa. So, we continuously work to collect the taxes that are owed to the district over numerous years. So, once they get turned over to us, we just don't hit it once hard. We keep going at it to see how much we can collect for the district. And so this particular graph shows the first 2 years of collections for the 2019 tax year. The turnover in 2019 was almost just short of $4 million. So it's just short of $4 million, and in the first year, we collected 73.4%. And then in year two, we increased collections to 81.1%. We just have a remaining balance of $752,000. And then moving on to 2018 tax year, the turnover was about 4.4 million. And in the first year, we collected 69.8%. And then you'll notice in year two, we bumped it up to 77.2%. And then in year three, 80.4%. And then in 2017, this was a little bit different. So in 2017, the turnover was about $2.7 million. And then in year one, we collected 67.9%. And in year two, we collected 67.9%. That was a total anomaly. Doesn't always happen. And what happened at that particular juncture was the Harris County appraisal districts and the Galveston County appraisal districts were doing exemption audits. So they're going through their tax rolls and looking through all the exemptions and making sure everybody's still qualified. So for example, let's say grandma owns a home and then she passes away, grandson moves in the home, no one notifies the appraisal district that her over 65 exemption is still on the property after she's passed away and grandson's living in the home. So in that situation, the appraisal district would go back, remove the exemption, and then they have the ability to back assess taxes up to about 5 years. So from year one and year two of the 2017 tax year, there were a bunch of taxes being added back on the tax roll. And so while they didn't necessarily become delinquent automatically because they get like 100 days, the first February 1st of the 180 days, it gives them 180 days to pay, and then they become delinquent. So that's why there wasn't much of a change there. But if you notice in year three, it went from 67.9% all the way up to 81.1% because a lot of those taxes then became delinquent and we were able to work on them for the district. Next big thing is audits. Our firm audits Clear Creek's appraisal roll to determine if there have been any adjustments in the appraised values that will result in additional state funding. Basically, that says that it's going to decrease the wealth of your tax rolls. So what's happened, we haven't done one in a while because of HB3. What HB3 did, it changed, as many of you know, it changed the funding formula to be current values. And so then to offset that, to make up for any negative impact that it may have on the district, they did formula transition grants. And I believe Clear Creek ISD got one of those. And so with the appraisal, when our audits, any funding we get you in the audit would have to be offset by all the funds you've received from the grant. So until that grant money is basically eaten up, there's no audit we can do that will benefit your funding formula right now. So, but we're hoping soon, I think the numbers are getting where it might be that case pretty soon. So we told you we wouldn't eat up too much of your time this evening. We talked fast. Do y'all have any questions for us?
I'll open it up to the board.
Just have one quick question, comment. Thank you. First, thank you for everything you do for the district. I know you all support the district throughout and sponsor a lot of grants and foundation, and you're very involved with our district, so thank you.
Oh, we love doing it.
Yeah, thank you. When you do the exemption audits, do you trying to figure out about how much the percentage of our properties are actually have some sort of exemption on it, like homestead exemptions? Do y'all do that?
I think we can figure that out. We can work with the appraisal district and stuff and determine that. We could send that to you if that's something you'd like to know.
Yeah, because then you actually get into, like, when they have the exemptions, obviously, you know, it's reducing their taxes and how much
Right.
of percentage of our homesteads properties have that exemption.
Yeah, I would imagine a decent amount does, because it is kind of, a bedroom community of Houston,
Yeah,
so.
so that may be a figure probably to see about in the future.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if we can come up that for you, and if we can, we'll shoot it to you guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa.
Oh, definitely.
Are there any other questions? I just wanted to welcome you back to the district.
Yes, it's so nice.
And I know the little one is probably growing by now.
Yeah.
But thank you for the job that you do, in helping the district and making sure that, the tax base that we're afforded, that we're able to collect. And I know it's not an easy job. It's usually rather difficult, but we appreciate what you do and how long you've been doing that for the district as well. So,
We appreciate the opportunity to work with y'all. Y'all are great to work with on all fronts, so.
so I guess seeing no further questions, I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you for letting us
Thank
present
you.
you.
And next, we'll move into community input. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond except as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act to respond to an inquiry by a member of the public or by a board member with a statement of specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, or to deliberate a proposal to place a subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. All information received is subject to verification. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forums. Those requesting to address the board in advance of the meeting are granted 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up this evening prior to 6:30 are granted 1 minute. In a district our size, there will certainly be issues or topics which will understandably generate considerable interest from the public. It is important that members of our community be able to address the school board respectfully, without disruption, and without fear of intimidation from other attendees. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and understanding each person rightfully deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And our speaker tonight is Miss Kimberly Wolf. Thank you.
Hello. I know there's a timer, so I don't know.
She's waiting for you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the rules. Thank you. My name is Kimberly Wolf. I am a high school math teacher who teaches Algebra 1 at Clearbrook High School. I'm here to speak to you today on the possible 1% raise for teachers in this upcoming school year and how teachers in this district deserve nothing less than a 5% raise for next year. A little background on myself: this upcoming school year will be my 2nd year teaching in Texas and my 7th year teaching overall. I hold 2 degrees in secondary education and mathematics and a master's in education technology. I hold 3 different state professional teaching licenses from Texas, Nevada, and New York. As many of my colleagues, I'm extremely qualified and experienced in teaching. Qualified teachers like myself are leaving the profession or leaving for better paying districts at an alarming rate. We are in a crisis. 3 math teacher positions sat vacant at my school, 2 of which for approximately 8 months. No one qualified, applied for weeks, and if they did, our pay was not enough to entice them to choose us. This led to teachers having more on their plate without any compensation. Teachers make, on average, 20% less than other college-educated professionals. When adjusting for inflation, teachers are making less than what they made about 10 years ago on average. An excerpt from Houston Chronicle reads that teachers at the Houston ISD made an average of about $65,000 during the 2009 to 2010 school year in 2021 dollars. During last school year, teachers at the state's largest district earned $57,000 on average, which is not good. During the same applied to other districts around the area and the state when adjusting for inflation. Overall, Texas teachers make $7,000 less than the national average. We are overworked, overwhelmed, and honestly, we feel a little disrespected. Clear Creek ISD is considered one of the best districts in the area, but if changes aren't made soon, that will no longer be the case due to the inability to retain and entice experienced and qualified teachers. The key to teacher retention, not only in our district but in our country, is to show teachers they are respected and to be given the salary they deserve. The following districts have approved salary raises and/or retention bonuses for their teachers next school year. Houston ISD, 11% raise. Katy ISD, 5% raise. Spring ISD, 5.3% increase. This will also include a retention and incentive package decided soon. Fort Bend ISD proposing a $1,500 increase. Conroe ISD starting salary of $60,000 compared to our $58,000. Aldine ISD starting off at $61,000, retention bonuses of $1,500 to $5,000. There are even more I could list, but you see where I am going with this. Too many times we see articles, social media posts, and overhear conversations that teachers need and deserve higher pay. So many people do not have the ability to make that change and solely by Facebook status or sit idly by as this problem continues. You are in a position to provide a solution to this problem. I'm asking you to consider increasing teacher salaries so that CCISD can retain and recruit best teachers in a competitive job market.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. And next, we'll move into district update.
Good evening. I'd like to start the update this evening with some information regarding safe and secure schools. Later this evening, the board will receive an update relating to our work pertaining to safe and secure schools. This work extends back many years and has involved the hardening of facilities, additional staffing for security, as well as counseling and student support. We've formed a school safety advisory sprint group that's working this summer as an advisory group to me as superintendent to identify improvements to our school safety program in light of recent events. And as you'll hear during the update this evening, the group is focused on three main buckets: school security staffing, technology and security systems, and identifying and responding to potential threats. The group is in addition to the Safe and Secure Schools Committee, which has specific legislatively mandated requirements, such as reviewing safety and security audit reports. Board members and community members should know that we recognize that there is no more important work we have to do as a district than promoting the safety and security of our students, staff members, and others on our campuses. And as I mentioned, you'll hear more about this work later during this meeting. Next, I want to address curriculum writing that's occurring this summer. Our district curriculum writing kicked off in early June and will continue throughout the summer. And annually, curriculum coordinators analyze curriculum, study current research, create goals for the revision work, and facilitate the groups of curriculum writers. The coordinators lead curriculum revisions based on feedback from teachers, student data, and current research. These small groups of CCISD staff consist of instructional coaches, general and special education teachers. The district benefits greatly from this work, and the participants appreciate that their voices were heard. For example, one first grade teacher wrote to me recently talking about input that had been solicited from her during recent professional development workshops pertaining to the curriculum writing, specifically relating to elementary English language arts curriculum. And she wrote that district staff members, quote, welcomed teachers' ideas with an open mind and truly made us feel as professionals. Our voice mattered. I felt valued and like I was making a positive impact on my students' learning. Next, I'd like to share information regarding summer school. Multiple summer school programs are operating. 326 English learners will be entering kindergarten or first grade dual language or English as a second language programs in the next school year, participated in a sheltered English instruction full-day summer school program. 177 students attended Camp Literacy and Camp Math at McWhirter Elementary. This program served third grade students who were not successful in the STAR reading and or math test during the past school year. Also, the Special Services Department is wrapping up its first session of summer school at Go Forth Elementary with 109 students attending extended school year services, and 176 students attending math and reading summer academy. And at the secondary level, we have 2,884 students registered to attend summer school at Clear Creek High School for credit recovery and or initial credit. The first session took place June 6th to June 23rd, and the second session will be held June 27th to July 14th. Also, 380 high school students attended the 10-day STAR Academy in preparation for retesting on one or more STAR end-of-course exams. There were 306 intermediate students who attended the first session of accelerated learning. These students were identified as needing additional support in either math or English language arts. And I'll also note that the second session of accelerated learning for intermediate students starts June 27th with 158 students scheduled to attend. Finally, I want to conclude my district update this evening commenting on the work of support services. And earlier in my remarks, I referenced the work of Safe and Secure Schools. Other members of the support services team are also very busy this summer. So, for example, child nutrition team members are busy operating a summer feeding program, serving an average of 1,600 meals daily, while also performing preventative maintenance on kitchen equipment, among other responsibilities. Facility services summer work includes major renovations at Ross and Whitcomb elementary schools, with priority repairs and replacements at Clear Falls High School, Clear View High School, Clear Springs High School, North Point Elementary School, Mossman Elementary, and Ward Elementary School. Maintenance and operations are doing detailed cleaning of all campuses, as well as preventative maintenance and priority repairs. And in transportation, the buses keep on rolling with 51 active routes serving 9 programs this summer, as well as engaging in preventative maintenance and repairs on the bus fleet and driver training. And so, as reflected in this my comments tonight relating to Safe and Secure Schools, curriculum writing, summer school, and our support services team, we are having a very productive summer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that update, Dr. Williams. And now we'll move on to our action on closed session items. Do I have a motion for item A?
Mr. President,
Mr. Cottrell?
I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for Director of Facility Services, Alex Aragon.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I'll ask for any comment. See no comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And we'll move on to item B.
Mr. President,
Mr. Boat?
I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation of Christy Lawrence for Director of Special Education Programs.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second? Ms. Cheka, thank you. And welcome, as they say. Do I have any comment? See no comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And next, we'll move on to item C. Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation of April Tidwell for high school principal.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second? Mr. Sanchez, thank you. And I'll open it up for any comment. See no comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Want to express gratitude for the board's actions on these 3 personnel recommendations. We're enthusiastic about the naming of Alex Aragon as Director of Facilities. He served very effectively as Facilities Project Manager for 9 years with us, and prior to that, he had 14 years' experience in the private sector developing expertise in numerous areas, including asbestos, mold, roofing, water damage, among other areas. We're also pleased with the board's approval of Christy Lawrence as Director of Special Education. She currently serves as Assistant Director for Early Learning. She previously served as an assistant principal at an intermediate school in another district in Texas and as a principal of an elementary school in Woodville. And she's also worked as an elementary teacher and diagnostician. And finally, we are appreciative of your approval of the recommendation for April Tidwell to serve as high school principal, and specifically she'll be assigned to Clear Horizons Early College High School. She currently serves as an assistant principal at Clearbrook High School, and she previously worked as a high school principal and director of curriculum instruction at a district in Iowa. So we are pleased to support these 3 individuals as they make the transition to these 3 important roles.
And thank you, Dr. Williams. The board will move back into closed session for item D at the end of the meeting. So next, we'll move on to action items or our consent agenda.
Mr.
Does anybody
President?
want to pull anything? Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, I'd like to remove item 11.
Item 11. Anyone else?
Item 1.
Item 1. And anyone else? Seeing no further comment, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr.
Mr.
President,
Sanchez?
I move that we accept the consent agenda item as presented minus item 1 and item number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of presenting consent agenda minus items 1 and 11, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries. And Mr. Larson, start us off on item 1, please.
I just have one typo on the June 6th minutes, and that's in the header.
And that's on page 16.
I think so.
Larson. Or 17?
Yeah, I have page 23 of 333, so I may not be looking at the same version you are.
Gotcha. And can you repeat that just real quick? Because I
Yeah,
missed it, I'm sorry.
It's the title, special meeting isn't correct on the June
Ah,
6th.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Superimposed, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Do you want to go ahead and make a motion to approve after correction?
Yeah, it's always in order if there are no other corrections, but yeah, I'll move that we accept that with corrections.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Davis. And seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that carries. And Mr. Bowen, item 11.
Yes, I would like to ask a couple of questions about this before we move into approval. This is for the increase in value for ILA DIR vendor Carasoft Technologies.
Okay. We'll allow Mr. Harden a couple minutes to.
Sure. So I guess I guess my question is the Qualtrics software. I mean, is this mainly going to be used for surveying, or I see a lot about what this could be used for, but what are we really planning to use it for, and what is the need that is being met with this?
As we know, we are a data-driven district. Every time we turn around, we are in need of trying to find all the information from multiple teachers, students, parents, all these different types of constituents that we have. Qualtrics saves the data quality, data assessment department enormous amount of time every time they do these surveys. The best example of this was the climate survey that we just recently did this year. The fall survey took the department, Sheridan Henley's department, approximately 36 hours to compile all the data together to provide the reports. With the Qualtrics, they did a small project-based purchase back in early spring with some grant funds they had, and that 36 hours went down to 12 hours. And this was just with one survey that they were able to perform this with. The surveys are definitely the main focus of the software. There is a lot of dashboard analytics that it has with it as well that we're looking at utilizing as we get more versed in the software and how to use it.
Okay. I think that answers my question.
Are there any further questions of the board? Seeing no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
Sure. I will move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to increase the value for ILA DIR vendor Carasoft Technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And we'll move on to item B, consider approval of the use of capital project funds for facility-related projects. Come on down, Mr. Miller. Good evening.
We had worked with the maintenance staff with a subcommittee on energy savings projects, and Mr. Borowitz took the initiative and been working really hard to identify some unique changes to our systems that will allow us to save some money on some of our utility bills. Has to do with power factor correction, so a significant amount of detail in there, but I thought Steve could provide a little quick update on what the power factor correction is, and then some of the savings that we would see from this program.
Do you all have any specific questions about it, or has it been explained to you at all? It's when I got word that Dr. Williams was interested in doing, or why we weren't doing some type of performance contracting, that's the first thing that came to my mind, because many of the other forms of performance contracting, we already address those through our construction projects, our upgrades to our facilities, and all that type of thing. Performance power factor correction is a short return on investment that has multiple years to continue to save that money. So basically, it's every building has a peak demand, has a kilowatt demand load, and every building has a kilovolt amperage amount that it will charge for. And the closer we can get the two together, the lower we can get our KVA to match our kilowatt, the higher our power factor. And the higher our power factor, the less money we pay directly in penalties to the power company. So power factor correction installs a set of capacitors, a capacitor bank in each facility. It doesn't affect incoming power of the facility. It doesn't interrupt service to the facility. It simply is there to mitigate the inductive load that causes a high KVA. So I know this is all pretty technical, but it's very calculatable. If we install this capacitor bank, it will reduce our KVA to this. And if we reduce our KVA to this, our power factor goes up. And if our power factor goes up, we save X amount of dollars. So
And that number, as I mentioned in there, is $224,000 once we do phase one and phase two, annual savings in the general fund from our power usage, utility bills. The total cost, including the contingency for the project, is $750,000, and we are requesting $750,000 out of the capital contingency reserve fund to execute this project, which we will start immediately to get those things completed as quickly as possible, so we can start saving this money.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I'll open it up to any questions.
I'd just like to say thank you for finding ways to save money.
you're welcome.
And I hope this encourages every other employee in the district, if they have ideas of how we can save money, to do it.
I just felt like it was not a very painful way to do it. So as opposed to minimizing runtime and raising set points and all the things that energy management does a lot, I figured this was kind of an easy, painless, no-brainer way to do it. And the equipment, once installed, it's got a lifespan, 10 to 15 years. We paid for it in the first 2 to 3. We continue to, save the money over the next handful of years. So and down the road, it's repairable, it's serviceable, maintainable pretty easily. So pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I was pretty excited when I heard it too. Yeah, thanks. That's all I got.
So I'd like to just address some of the technical aspects really briefly, because I have some familiarity with this.
Sure.
And when you speak of inductive loads, you're talking primarily electric motors, are you not?
Correct. Yeah.
So basically, every time some HVAC equipment kicks on, it has a negative effect on the power grid. The
Correct.
power company doesn't like that.
Right.
So they
Right.
charge us more money for it.
Right, exactly.
And when we install these capacitors, that will correct the problem at our end,
Yes,
so they don't have to eat that, and they don't charge us any extra money.
correct, correct.
And that's what's happening.
That's, yes.
To the
Yes.
tune of $225,000.
That's what we all like to hear. Thank you much.
And it also allows us the ability to say, we lower our carbon footprint doing that.
That's right.
We're supposed to be doing. So.
It is a green initiative,
Yeah.
and we appreciate that.
Fantastic. Any further questions? Seeing no further questions, I'll call for a motion.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to expand the use of our capital projects funds for this project.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that motion carries unanimously, and I will turn it back over to you for C. You doing C? All right.
So this is a related agenda item. It is the approval of the ILA NCPA contract for the power factor correction. That's the 33 campuses that were included in the background. The total that we're asking for is a $750,000 contract value, which includes phase 1, phase 2, and the contingency to bring that up to the $750,000. The contingency is $51,758. The contract would go to Ally Energy Solutions, who has worked through developing this project with Stephen and Chris, and we believe they're highly qualified to do the work, and we're ready to get started with them, and they are under ILA, so we're looking for approval of that contract.
Fantastic. I'll open it up for questions.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this in the Finance Committee, but this is not district-wide. This is only on certain select campuses. And my understanding is the campuses we are choosing are the ones that have the most detailed engineering evaluation of how much money we'd be saving.
That is correct. There are 33 total campuses that are in phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is the first 13 campuses that have the highest savings, so that we can capture those immediately. The remaining campuses are also going to be done in phase 2. The ones that aren't listed here of our campuses have power factors above 95, so the next would not be a good use of it.
Copy all.
Fantastic. Any further questions, Mr. Bowen?
So, sure, just to make sure I understand, the 750,000 covers phase 1 and phase 2, right? Okay. Thanks.
And seeing no further comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Sanchez?
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve an ILA NCPA contract in the amount of $750,000 to Ally Energy Solutions for power factor correction at 33 campuses.
And thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a
I'll
second?
second.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And thank you, gentlemen. Next, we'll move on to item D. Welcome, Kevin.
How you doing?
Good.
In 2013, the district sold $47.8 million in bonds as variable rate debt, and we are pleased to report that it's estimated the district has saved an estimated $18.5 million in interest costs by structuring our debt this way. So at this time, we have to either remarket this debt or for a short time period or fix it out for the duration of the bonds. And so tonight we have Ryan O'Hara here with Huntington Securities. He serves as our financial advisor, and he will go over options and provide recommendations.
Thank you, Alice. Yes, and back in 2013, we issued just under 145 million in adjustable rate bonds. It's been a very, very successful program. We divided those 145 million up into 3 tranches to kind of limit your risk, if you will, when when these bonds comes up to reset. If you've been paying attention to the economy, interest rates have jumped up dramatically, and so it's our recommendation tonight that we go ahead and fix out this tranche. It comes up for reset in mid-August. Probably the most dramatic slide is the yield comparison. The green line is where we are now. This is the AAA MMD yield curve that we use in our industry. You can see I've got highlighted in blue and orange last year's and the year before that's yield curve. So we've jumped up rather dramatically, especially on the short end of the yield curve. Next slide shows you where we would be if we did fix out on a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, and 5 year. A 1 year last year we did deals that were in 18 basis points, 25 basis points. It's 2.4% on a 1 year now, and that's all just factoring in that the Fed is expected to keep raising rates 5 to 7 times. They meet again coming up here in July. So based on that, it's really our recommendation that we go ahead and fix these out. And since the duration on these on page 5, we kind of show you where these bonds are. They mature out in 2030, 2031, and 2032, so they're not that far out. In today's market, we can convert these to a fixed rate at about a 3.22% based on today's rate. And that leads me to what Alice said. Based on what we would have sold these bonds at fixed rate back in 2000 versus what the program has achieved, even when we fix these out at a 3.22, just this single tranche, again, there's 2 other tranches, saved district taxpayers about $18.5 million. And again, we need your approval tonight to go forward. These bonds will come up for reset mid-August, August 14th. And so we need your approval tonight to make that happen for you. Again, this has been a very successful program. It's just time to fix them out based on economic environment that we're in. And we think we're going to be in this environment for a good while. Be happy to answer any questions you might have of a financial nature. I've got Tanya Fisher in the back, cheap seats. If you got any legal questions, she wrote this agenda language that you're going to have to read off if you approve it tonight. That wasn't me. That's her fault.
And Ryan, you'll have to forgive me. I faux pawed earlier and called you Kevin.
That's okay.
I've been seeing
I've
you
been called
for
worse.
8 years now.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I've
No worries.
just totally slipped, so I apologize.
No worries.
But I wanted to open up for any question or comment.
So, again, we talked about this a little bit in finance, and I really think for the benefit of the community, I think I need to mention that if we were not in this fiscal environment, we would not be doing this.
Yeah.
And it's basically a game of chicken. You would want to have the variable rate as long as you can until inflation starts.
Yep.
And I think we can all look at what the cost of our groceries are, the cost of the gas at the pump, even without looking at the TV to see what the Fed is doing, to know that we have entered an environment where we are no longer going to be able to play that game of chicken successfully, and we need to take a more conservative approach, even if it appears to cost us a little more in the short term.
And, 3.22, 3.25 is not too bad in the
Yeah.
environment.
I concur.
Looking at a 240 in a 1 year, so.
And that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a motion.
Well, Mr. President, I'll move that we accept the recommendation to convert these bonds to fixed rate.
Do you need to read the specific language?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, so I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve an order authorizing the issuance of Clear Creek ISD unlimited tax school building bonds
That's the wrong-
in one or more series.
Is that the wrong one? I'm
No,
sorry.
did you give me the wrong?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Hold that thought, though.
That's the,
I apologize. I scrolled too far.
They're similar.
I apologize.
That didn't
I
sound
apologize.
right.
I apologize.
we'll fix it, If I may amend my motion. That looks a lot better, yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve an order authorizing the conversion of certain of our CCISD variable rate unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2013B, to a fixed rate, authorizing a pricing officer to take certain actions related to such conversion, and authorizing the preparation of a remarketing memorandum and the appointment of a remarketing agent and enacting other provisions relating thereto.
And thank you, Mr. Larson. I saw Tony back there. She was back there shaking her head.
I was getting halfway through it and it just didn't seem right.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
We'll call you Kevin and read the wrong recommendation. All in one, we'll just get it all.
We'll get there. Hang on.
Thank you. Thank you, I apologize.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries. And let's move on to item E.
Okay, so tonight we are recommending the board approve an order to authorize the issuance of $32 million in bonds. To date, we have sold $425 million of the $487 million approved by voters in 2017. And Mr. Miller has determined that we need $32 million to complete the remaining projects. So this will leave $30 million authorized but not sold bonds. And Mr. O'Hara will go over the items that you'll be asked to approve tonight, as well as provide any information on the bonds.
So we're still dealing with the same economic factors for this. Of course, it's a slightly longer duration. Page 2 kind of gives you, page 3 kind of gives you an idea. The left-hand side of the page is the current outstanding debt for the district. The middle columns are the $32 million in principal. We're assuming we can get in about 4% on this transaction. And then the far right column shows our total debt after the issuance of these bonds. I did include on page 4 a tax rate study, assuming no growth in the 29-cent debt service tax rate. What I like to look at here is if you look at the far right column, the debt service coverage based on our debt service fund balance, we will end year 2023 with about 43.119% in funds, meaning if we don't collect a dime in new tax dollars, we have 43% of the money to pay our debt in 2023. So it's very healthy coverage. So based on this, I would anticipate if our values hold at these levels or grow, we're probably looking at a tax rate reduction on the debt service side. We're waiting for the TEA to give us their PSF authorization letter. That'll come in July, but we'll be working. We'll probably do the fixed rate conversion first, and then on the heels of that, we'll do the $32 million new money issuance and get that money so we can complete those projects for you. Again, happy to answer any questions. And I got Tanya backing me up in the cheap seats for the legal stuff.
And I'll open it up. Mr. Bowen?
Yes, so I guess my question is here, the remaining $30 million, is that remaining because the debt that has been issued plus this $32 million will be enough to cover all of the projects from the 2017 bond proposal?
That is my understanding.
So would it be correct to say that that $30 million represents savings on that proposal that are essentially going back to taxpayers because we're never going to issue the debt that was originally authorized?
If that's the board's decision, then we would not sell those bonds.
Thanks. Yes.
Is it on? Okay. So the projects still aren't complete. So obviously that's our expected savings at this point. Once the projects are complete and finalized, we'll do a final savings calculation. But we have adequate funds in the budgets as they are now, barring some unusual event that could cause us to need additional funding. But that's where we are right now.
Thank you.
And any further questions or comment? Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Larson.
I would like to move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve an order authorizing the issuance of Clear Creek ISD unlimited tax school building bonds in one or more series, setting certain parameters for the bonds, authorizing a pricing officer to authorize the amount, the interest rate, price, including the terms thereof, and certain other procedures and provisions related thereto.
And thank you, Mr. Larson. Do I have a second? Mr. Sanchez, thank you. Are there any further question or comment? Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries.
Appreciate it. We'll get to work.
Thank you. And we'll stay with you, Alice, for item A under number 12, our preliminary budget update.
Okay, so tonight I am presenting the first look at the preliminary budget for 22-23. I wanted to briefly go over the timeline for the budget. There's a lot of activity that goes on during the summer related to the budget, and really we want to, as we go through the presentation at the end, I'm going to bring the timeline back up because based on the questions or feedback that we receive, we want to look at meeting times that we'll have in July or how we'll structure this timeline. So on July 11th, either July 11th or the 25th, we're planning to approve the district compensation plan. Another item that we handle in July is the board will schedule a public hearing to discuss the budget and the tax rate. And part of that includes agreeing on a tax rate that will be published in the paper for our official tax notice. And those rates that are put in that published item include basically not to exceed tax rates. We're still working on values and other items, so we won't really know what our actual tax rates are going to be until the end of July. But we still have to meet our timeline and put the advertisement in the newspaper. So again, going through on July 25th, that's when we're scheduled to receive our certified tax values from the appraisal district. At month end, we'll publish that notice in the newspaper with the date that we'll have the budget adoption and our proposed tax rates. And then in early August, very early August, TEA will, after receiving data from us on our tax values, come back and give us basically our tax rate that we can have on our M&O maintenance and operations side. And then in August, on August 22nd at the board meeting, we'll have our budget hearing and adopt our budgets. 3 budgets: general fund, debt service, and child nutrition funds. And then in September at the board meeting, we'll actually adopt our tax rate. So the next item that I wanted to circle back around to was the budget goals and priorities that you adopted back in the spring. The budget goal was that the 2022-23 budget will further our mission and strategic plan with financial integrity, maximizing benefits from available resources. We've also listed the budget priorities that you created when developing these. I think many of the items that you'll see in this budget tonight align with your priorities. Funding for improved student achievement, competitive salary, stipends, and benefits, funding our safe and secure program, maintaining reserves, and leveraging excess reserves and other funds. So I also listed our budget assumptions and our budget risk. On the right side, I won't go through every assumption, but I have checked all of them but 2 that I believe are included in this budget. There's 2 that are challenging for us and that will take more time to meet those assumptions, but the second one, balancing the budget by fiscal year 26, that's a challenge that we will be taking on, and taking steps to prepare for the loss of state funding after fiscal year 24. Those are challenges, and you'll see as we go through the presentation that the district will be up against. I also listed our budget assumptions or our budget risk on the left-hand side. And really the biggest risk that I see in working through this budget this year was our student enrollment and our ADA coming in this past year below projections. That's a risk that we take every year because of how our state funding is set up. We're funded based on that ADA, those ADA numbers. Also, another challenge this year that I haven't seen anything like it is just the inflationary impact that the district is facing with fuel, insurance, and other commodities. And then finally, just inadequate funding to meet our needs. And so the state funding levels have stayed the same for several years. And that's also just an area that we'll get into a little bit more in a few slides. Some of the factors that have influenced this budget process, again, student enrollment and attendance, recruitment and retention. So compensation issues we've had, shortages we've had in certain classes of employees. The COVID-19 pandemic has certainly been a big factor in various ways, employee absences, a shortage of substitutes. We're looking at increases in our property values. That affects our tax rates. Available federal funding, the ESSER funds that we've received of over $40 million over 3 years plays a big role in developing this budget. Again, the state gave us limited help this year when our enrollment and attendance declined. So we've had to rely more on those ESSER dollars to help us out. And then again, inflation. So I tried to list all of the budget highlights, and there's a lot of them. So I won't go through every one of them, but if you look at this, you'll see that I put the yellow star by the areas that you had set aside as your budget assumptions. And I put a green check if it complied with your budget, met your board budget priorities. A few of them that I'd like to point out is that we do, with this budget that we're looking at tonight, plan to maintain an adequate fund balance in the general fund according to board policy. We also do not have, we will limit our use of capital and contingency funds to 20%. We do, in this preliminary budget, have a salary increase of 2% for our employees, but we've also included a 3% for our non-exempt employees. So those would be folks, custodial, food service, paraprofessional employees. We also have a plan in here to increase our substitute daily rates by $5 to $10 a day. We do have targeted pay adjustments in this budget for certain classes of employees. Those are custodians, child nutrition workers, and bus monitors, and these are areas where we have several vacancies. We don't have a lot of applicants, and we need to raise the minimum rate for those employees. We do have continued reliance on the ESSER dollars, so we've tried to structure our use of ESSER dollars to not only help out with the general fund, but also to meet our students' instructional needs, to use those funds for tutoring, intervention, and those types of things that help us with our student learning. We do have some staffing reductions in here as well. And then again, we have increased budgets for some of those areas where we've been hit by inflationary factors. So I did want to point out the budget that you'll see tonight is actually less than the budget that was approved this current school year. It's really we've been able to do that because we stepped in very early this year when we saw that we were going to have a decline in revenues, and we found ways that we could make changes to our expenditures so that it didn't hit us as hard as it could have. I wanted to provide you a little bit of background information on our administrative cost ratio. Every year the state looks at where the district falls with administrative costs, and these are actually something that we're surveyed on when we do that first rating every year. They look at what our cost ratio is for administrative. And I'm happy to say for a district our size, the state has a standard of 8.55% for administrative costs. We're almost half, a little more than half of that, 4.31. We came in with our actual numbers at 4.25 in fiscal year 21, And then we're predicting about a 4.31% administrative ratio this current year. So that gives you an idea that we do, of how we structure our administrative costs. We're very lean in that area. A little bit of education I like to provide on the funding of school districts. This is a very simple slide, but it shows kind of the revenue scenario that we're in. Whenever our property taxes or property values go up, our state aid will go down. So it's just a balancing act. And what's happened is that when our property values come in, any property value growth that we have over 2.5%, according to the state guidelines, we have to reduce our tax rate. So that's one reason why we won't really be able to figure out what our tax rate should be until late July, early August, because the state has to get that property value data, and then there's formulas that we go through, but will limit that. We will see a tax rate reduction because our property values have gone up. And that's important for taxpayers because they see large increases in their values and they're paying more taxes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the district receives more funding. Wanted to go over a little bit about the funding of school districts. Our property taxes, our values are determined by both Harris and Galveston County appraisal districts. Our tax rate, as you know, is comprised of two things: our maintenance and operations rate that funds our general fund, and our interest and sinking rate, which funds our debt service on our bonds. Right now, we are using 4 of our 5 golden pennies that we're allowed. We would have to do a voter approval tax rate election if for any district has to do this when they use over 5 golden pennies. So the budget you'll see tonight, we are keeping at 4 of those pennies. And then we also offer the optional homestead exemption, which is a greater of 5% or $5,000 for our homeowners. I wanted to give a little bit of information on our state aid. It's a very complex formula. It's a legislative state funding formula. It's something I've been going through constantly this year because of the drop in our ADA to see how that's affecting us. But it's influenced by our enrollment, by our attendance, special populations, our tax rate, property wealth. I did mention earlier it's not been adjusted for inflation in several years. Our basic allotment is $6,160 per year per student in attendance. So that is really the magic number of what the state looks at, and that's not been adjusted. So that's the area that I think we need to focus on when we come in with our new state legislative priorities next year is working with the state to bump that number up. We did have 2 tax propositions that passed this year as a reminder on May 7th. The first was Proposition 1. This was a property tax limit reduction for our elderly and disabled residents. That does not go into effect until January 1 of 2023, and the district's basically held harmless, so it won't affect any of our funding with that change. Proposition 2 went into effect this year. This increased our state-mandated homestead exemption for property taxes from $25,000 to $40,000 per year. And the district is mostly held harmless on this side. There's some areas on the debt service side that were not held harmless, but it's not significant. So a little bit of education about our homestead exemption. I wanted to show you on a $300,000 home in CCISD, that state-mandated homestead exemption that I spoke about, that's $40,000 per year, saves our taxpayers $472 a year in property taxes. The optional homestead exemption that the district offers, the 5%, provides a reduction in taxable value for a $300,000 homeowner of $15,000. It's about $177 in property taxes. So in red, I wanted to show the impact of that optional homestead exemption on CCISD. It reduces our taxable values by about $861 million, and it decreases the property tax revenue that we bring in by about $10.10 $10.2 million per year. So we did receive our preliminary taxable values from the appraisal districts it was last month. And there, if you look at this slide, it's basically giving you a 5-year history of what our taxable values have done in the district. So back in 18-19, we had about a 3% growth. That's really been the lowest growth we've seen over the 5 years. So this year, the numbers came in at 11.44%, which is the highest. I do anticipate that that will go down when we receive our certified values in July. So that is a very tentative number. We also have many properties that are still under appraisal district review for protests. And so those we need time to let those get settled out, and that will bring that percentage down, I anticipate. A little bit of information about our tax rate. Over the past 5 years, we have actually reduced our tax rate by 24 cents. Back in 2018, we were at $1.40. Under this current proposed budget, we have a proposed tax rate of 1.1593. The INS rate, I have set it staying the same, but I do anticipate that we'll have some reduction on the M&O side. Right now, I have it at about 2 cents, but we're still working on it. Again, that's based on using 4 of the 5 golden pennies. Jumping over to student enrollment, I also wanted to give a 5-year history on student enrollment because this plays such a big factor in our current budget and some of the changes that we've had to make. If you look back at pre-COVID, the first 2 years, you'll see that we were really slowing down our growth. We had minimal growth, but it was still positive growth. In the 2020-2021 school year, you can see that drop in enrollment of over 1,600 students. And then in 21-22, we really anticipated that those students would return, but we only saw a growth of 115 students. So in developing the budget for next fiscal year, we did we did not anticipate any increases in enrollment, and that was one of your assumptions that you had during your budget goal setting, was that we would have no enrollment growth for next year. Student attendance, a little bit on student attendance. If you look back to 18-19 pre-COVID, really both those years we were at about a 95.5% attendance rate. Even in 2021. This past year, our actual attendance rate was closer to 92.93, and that was really, we were hit hard the first and the fourth 6-week periods when we had those bump in COVID cases. The state did come in and help us out and get that attendance rate up to 94.8%, but it's still not where we were with pre-COVID levels. So in this particular budget tonight, we are using an attendance rate assumption of 94.5%, and we feel like that's a realistic assumption to use that figure. A little bit of information about our general fund expenditures. In this slide, really the only thing I want you to take away from this is that our payroll costs make up such a huge amount of our budget. So it's almost at 90% a year. So that's any reductions or changes we have to make, there's not a lot outside of payroll to work with, because that payroll budget is so high and such a big percentage of our budget. So a little bit about the compensation plan that I have included, and right before the meeting, I found a couple things that I left off, so I'll go over those. For the 21-22 school year, what was approved, we did give a 3% salary increase. We also bumped up our contribution to health insurance for our employees, and we continued our district-provided benefits. We did provide 10 COVID leave days for our employees as needed this past year. So on the right-hand side is our preliminary, what our preliminary budget includes is a salary increase for all employees of 2%. I should have also added 3%, as well as 3% for our non-exempt staff on that first bullet there. Then I have another typo that I caught. Our beginning teacher salary that we're proposing is it's $60,000 with that 2% increase. So 2% did not quite get us to $60,000 because we have a $58,000 starting salary now. So we had to add an adjustment to those particular teachers to get it up to $60,000. Our teacher salary increases on those steps, that would be the teachers that are going from 4 to 5 or 9 to 10, those 5-year steps. The raises or the increases will range anywhere from 6.02 to 7.36%. So on the slide it has 3.94, so I wanted to point out that that's actually 6.02%. And then as we spoke about, targeted adjustments for our substitutes, custodial, transportation, bus monitors, and child nutrition workers, as well as some stipend modifications for hard-to-fill positions. The health insurance premium reductions, you approved those at the board meeting in May. So those, our employees there will see anywhere from $22 to $152 per month on their health insurance plans, which is a pretty significant savings. We passed, when the state set those rates this year, were able to reduce the rates. We passed all of those savings on to our employees for the next school year. And then we also are continuing to provide our district benefits that we provide every year. So we do feel like with this plan that we are meeting your board budget priority of administering competitive salaries, stipends, and benefits. A little bit about our teacher salary survey. Every year we survey our salaries against our peers in Region 4. These are larger districts. There's actually more that we think probably have them all, but maybe 4 districts, just because it would busy up the slide too much. But these are the largest districts that we rank ourselves against. And this was, again, our current salaries for 21-22. But you'll see the numbers in green represent ranges or pays where we are higher than. So we have a higher salary than those districts in those areas. The salaries in red are salaries of districts that have a higher rate than we do. So if you look at the 20-year salaries, we're doing very well. Of our peers, we're ranking the highest. 10-year salaries, we're doing really good too. We have one district in here that was higher than us, Cy-Fair. 5-year salaries, we have a couple districts there as well that ranked higher than us this year. But our 0-year salaries, this is an area, and it's been like this every year for many years. All the districts tend to, they're very close. I think this year we were maybe $500 below the median salary. But in looking at this, you can see everyone is very congregated around that 58.5 number. And I think this just represents our plan several years ago, which was to work on those salaries at the higher end of the scale. And so I think this reflects the work that was done on the salary schedule at that time. So we have gone out to these Region 4 districts and been every week trying to gather data on what other school districts are doing. Several of the districts have adopted their compensation plan, and so I wanted to provide information about that. So tonight CCISD is proposing a $60,000 starting salary with a 2% general pay increase. You can see here, this is what other districts are doing. It's ranging anywhere with a low of 1% to a high of, I believe, 4%. Many districts are also doing recruitment and retention stipends. I believe most of those districts are probably utilizing their ESSER funds to offer those one-time adjustments. we don't have any, that built into our structure. One of the things that, about those one-time adjustments, they're not TRS eligible, so they don't get retirement benefits from that, from the one-time adjustments. But I did notate one district, I believe it's A-Leaf, who's not giving a general pay increase at all. They're just giving a $2,000 supplement to all of their employees. So with this, our starting teacher salaries, the market median based on these numbers comes to about $60,424. If we're at $60,000 next year, we'll be about $424 below the median. So it's really continuing what we've done this year. We're still very close to that number, to that median. A little bit of information about our compensation and benefits history. I went back 5-6 years just to show you what we've done, and you'll see it's been anywhere from 1 to 3.5% across the years. We've been able to give very good step increases to our teachers at those 5, 10, 15, 20, et cetera, levels. Those have ranged anywhere from 4.98% to 9.49% through the years. And then we've also, a little bit of history about our insurance monthly contribution increases. So we've tried every year to continue to pour more money into the health insurance as our employees have been facing higher health insurance rates. We've tried to keep up a little bit with continuing to put some amount into those monthly rates so that employees weren't hit with the full cost of those increases coming from the state. This budget does have the 2% and 3% for para and auxiliary. I wanted to just provide you a little bit of background. If the board chose to look at a higher percent increase for our employees, usually an extra 1% runs about $3 million. On this case, I provided $2.6 million for an additional percent increase because I already have that 3% worked in for the para and auxiliary. And I also provided information on what a 2.5% additional cost would be for a 2.5% increase for our exempt workers. Let's see. So I wanted to include information about expenditure increases and expenditure decreases that we are facing. I won't go over all of these, but some of the main ones, a salary increase for our employees of 2% and 3% for non-exempt comes to about $6.8 million a year. On some of the targeted adjustments we have, those are things, the classes of employees like custodial, food service, or transportation monitors, stipends, those go into the $750,000. The substitute pay increases. And then the other two big items are property and casualty insurance of almost $1 million, and then transportation fuel and other cost of a little over $1 million. On the expenditure decreases, we have had some major increases that we've been able to outline. The first increase is actually just a one-year expenditure savings that we will see, and that is due to the calendar for the school year of 23-24. We have one of the items that the budget committee came up with earlier this year was savings with that. So if our teachers were to start later in August and the school year was starting a little bit later in August, we would reap a savings because we have about a $28 million liability that we have every year on our books to cover that time that teachers work in August because they're not paid for that work until September. So that $6.8 million in savings is 1 year only. It would reduce our expenditures. The teachers would plan to begin August 14th or later of the coming school year, or the 23-24 school year. We also have benefited from some ESSER reclassifications of $1.8 million. And the other big item that we have for decreases is our expenditure, or staffing reductions. And Dr.
He's right above me.
Okay. Dr. O'Pry can give us a little bit more information on the staffing reductions.
Thank you. Each spring, an analysis is conducted with principals for all CCISD campuses to ensure that staffing and enrollment meet the district's staffing ratio guidelines. Alice shared earlier with you the data that shows the reduction in enrollment that we had in 2021 and 21-22. This unanticipated enrollment during those school years resulted in smaller class sizes for both of the school years. For this reason, and during this spring's analysis, we were able to eliminate 65% positions because they were below the staffing ratio guidelines, which resulted in the 4.8 plus $1 million reduction. This reduction returned us to the pre-pandemic staffing ratios in CCISD classrooms.
Okay, so just a first look at our general fund revenues for 22-23. This is a very summarized sheet, but I did want to point out a couple things. Our total budget comes to $366,492,815. A couple items in here include that I want to point out include the $9.2 million transfer from capital and contingency. So that makes up 20% of the balance of the capital and contingency fund. We also have transfers from other funds in here. This was another item from the budget committee that we had come up with. We have some self-funded plans in the district that have accrued additional fund balances, so would move those funds over to general fund for this year. We also, as part of the budget committee, identified, I believe there was $13 million in land around the district that could be sold that was not needed, and so we did plan to have a little bit of land sales here of $750,000 included to support this year's 22-23 budget. On the expenditure side, you'll see we have $366,492,815. So it does represent a balanced budget once we're able to move the funds in from the capital and contingency fund of the 20%. So I wanted to give really a one-pager to reflect how this budget will affect the capital and contingency fund and the general fund balance. So with this balanced budget, we will have to transfer the capital and contingency fund. Right now, we have about a $61 million capital and contingency fund balance, and however, this year, and you'll see on the next page, I might be getting ahead of myself, but we are having to utilize some of that this year for the funding, the deficit that we predict we'll have this year. But for next year's budget, utilizing $9.2 million in capital and contingency funds to balance the general fund balance would leave our capital and contingency fund with a balance of $36.9 million. Our general fund unassigned fund balance is very healthy. It's $70.4 million. We anticipate, based on this preliminary budget, that we would not have to utilize any funds out of general fund. And so our board policy calls for 2 months of operating expenses in our general fund balance. With that, we have about a 19.2% unassigned fund balance, which equates to about $9.4 million in excess fund balance in the general fund over what the board policy requires. So this next slide provides a little bit of information about our budget forecast for the future, and this was challenging for me because I didn't want it to have, I wanted to really be able to make a few points without too many different things happening, too many different numbers on it. But the main focus that I want you to have on this page is if you look at our original approved budget, so this past year we approved a $371 million general fund budget with the attendance and enrollment items that came in, with declines that came in. We anticipate that our revenue will hit about $363 million after we take or transfer $14.2 million from capital and contingency. On the expenditure side, we do anticipate, we did utilize some ESSER reclassifications this year that we were able to use those federal funds to cover some of our costs. We also do anticipate that we'll have about $5.2 million remaining. When you look at our budget to actuals at the end of the year, we're really trying to take a close look as we get closer to year end to see if we'll have any savings from budget to actual, where we won't spend our actual or our approved budget dollars. So we anticipate that could come in at about $5.2 million in savings. So with our budget this year, it is, the main thing I want you to see on this is that we would need to utilize up to $14.2 million in capital and contingency funds to get through this year without hitting our general fund balance. Over on the preliminary budget, fiscal year '23, in really the 2 years of forecast, fiscal year '24 and fiscal year '25, if you look at that top line, you'll see I wanted to show you what our revenues are without these one-time things that are coming through that we have, such as transfers from the capital or formula transition grant, things like that. So our revenue, you can see, stays pretty stable across the next 3 years at about $350 million in these last three columns at the top revenue line. Same thing at the bottom with our expenditures. They run anywhere from $384 to $388 million per year. But it's these one-time items that we're having to help with revenues or to help with expenditures that we know are not going to be there in fiscal year '25. So in looking at our forecast for fiscal year '24, you'll see, again, we will need to utilize capital and contingency funds, but we do anticipate that we would have a deficit of about $6.8 million in fiscal year '24. Fiscal year '25, several things happen. We no longer have the benefit of the ESSER dollars to help with our expenses, and we no longer have the formula transition grant revenue from the state, so that drops off that year as well. I caution about looking this far out at fiscal year '25 because so many things can happen before then, but this is under the current funding formula from the state, and we know that next year there'll be a legislative session, and so we would hope we would get some relief. We also hope that our attendance rates go up, our enrollment goes up, so there's so many factors that play into this. So it is a forecast with a lot of assumptions built into it, but it does signal that there are some adjustments that need to be made as we go through next year and looking at our budget and at our expenditures. So both of these forecasts for '24 and '25 don't have any salary increases in them. And if you look at the next slide that I've made, I wanted to show you what that impact, what these forecasts have on our capital and contingency fund and on our general fund balance. So on the capital and contingency fund, that's the first section at the top of the page, you'll see for this coming budget year and the next two budget years, we have a $9.2 million transfer out of capital and contingency, and that hits the 20% goal that you had set. Again, the general fund this coming year will not be affected. We'll keep that stable and be able to maintain our board policy. In looking at the fiscal year '24, we would need to tap into general fund unassigned fund balance by about $6.8 million, and that would get us almost right at the cap of the 2 months of operating expenditures required by board policy in that unassigned fund balance. And then looking over at the forecast for '25, it's very bleak. You can see that we will still take that transfer from the capital and contingency, but the general fund balance would be hit by a $25.2 million deficit, which would bring us down below what our required reserves are per board policy in the general fund. Couple areas that I wanted to point out about the budget, the preliminary budget. There may be a possible need for some safety and security expenditures or budget dollars as we work through with the committee. We also, we did provide you numbers for 2.5%, a 2.5% increase and a 3% increase. So if it was the board's desire to go over what we're recommending of the 2% for all and the 3% for non-exempt, then we would have to look at possibly increasing that amount that comes out of capital and contingency over your 20% amount that you had set. So finally, I wanted to provide a little bit of information about the debt service fund. Our debt service fund balance is very healthy. As you recall from last year, we did approve a 29-cent tax rate on the debt service fund last year to cover the debt payments on all of our bonds, and that included a $1.7 million approved deficit in that fund, and the fund balance was healthy. It brings it down a little bit. With the issuance of the $32 million in bonds that you approved tonight, we do have an additional, some new debt payments built into this budget. As you can see, it will bring a deficit of almost $1.2 million for this year, but again, the fund balance in that fund is healthy enough to support that deficit. And then actually in 23-24, assuming our property values continue to grow by at least 5%, you'll see that, again, we come back with a surplus in the debt service fund given our current planned expenditures on our debt service payments. So I did circle back around with our budget timeline after we discuss the budget, the preliminary budget. That will give us input so we can determine if we should, what date we should do that compensation, approve a compensation plan, either July 11th or at the 25th board meeting. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know this is a lot of material, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, first of all, before I open up for questions, thank you, Alice, for that presentation. That was phenomenal. And I'll open it up for any questions. Mr. Bone?
I wanted to ask about the academic calendar move, just to make sure I understand this correctly. So we moved back the academic calendar so that teachers begin being paid a week later for the upcoming school year, right?
No, the teachers receive their first check on September 5th for the school year.
Right.
So what happens, though, is when we bring teachers, for instance, this year we'll bring our teachers back, I think it's 18 days in August they will work. So that 18 days, we have to accrue a liability on our books for that. And over the years, we do that every year. It's an accounting entry. But right now, that liability is about $28 million. And sometimes the calendar changes just over time with how many days you need. But for next year, for 23-24, we would look at modifying it by 4 days. That doesn't necessarily mean that school would start a whole week later because there's professional development days built in for the teachers up front. But if we were to move that calendar back when teachers return by 4 days, then that would allow us to reduce that liability that we have at year end because there's not as many days that they're working in August. And so it's just a one-time savings that we would have.
And I'd like to add, as it relates to the timing of a teacher's first day of work and their first paycheck, this would reduce the amount of time by 4 days between their first day of work and their first paycheck.
Right. Well, I guess do we not just add 4 days on the other end? So we would end up paying them, like, even though we don't, not as much as paid for August, we would pay the exact same amount on the other end of the calendar, and it would still land in this fiscal year.
No, because the funds, and we actually went through this several times, but reviewing it, but the funds are sitting right now just in a liability. And so we would basically reduce our expenses for that year. Every year when the teachers, like, I think this year they may work, I think one year it was 17, it moved up to 18 days. We have to charge an additional expense for that one day over what it was the prior year, because those funds sit in a liability account. When we have to increase that liability, we have to charge out an expense, and it's an accounting entry, but it is one time. The other point that I wanted to make is that right now our new teachers, I believe, are coming back July 31st. Brand new teachers are coming July 31st. They don't get their first check until September 5th. So as we keep creeping that time up, it's harder and harder. It's hard for someone to work for a month and 5 days without getting paid. So this would benefit us as well in that regards.
Right. So from an accounting perspective, it makes a difference. But when you're looking at actual, the amount of cash being spent on salaries, it doesn't change because of this, right? Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Any further questions? Mr. Sanchez?
Alice, you mentioned, is it the supplement that doesn't count towards TRS? Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. The one-time supplements, we've done them a couple times in the past. Those do not have TRS taken out of them, and they don't count towards your salaries, your salary, it's TRS when they're calculating your retirement.
And is it possible, based on the data that you have today, assuming attendance doesn't increase, enrollment doesn't increase, average daily attendance stays about, well, what we've projected, a slight increase from this year, is there potential for us to reevaluate after the school year starts if we wanted to look at something, to adjust something later in the school year, or would that only apply if we were looking at considering a supplement from a compensation standpoint?
So your question is, if we have additional revenue over what we had budgeted, would it be possible for the board to come up with a one-time adjustment after September 1st, make a decision after that to approve? Without looking at policy, I'm not sure. I don't know that there'd be any policy that would restrict that. I know, I'd have to look at the board policy to.
The problem with doing that is that when we enter into the contracts, it's for the amount approved by the board, and so it's considered to be could be considered to be a gift of public funds to then increase compensation beyond what was already agreed to when the contract was entered into at the beginning of the year. So that's why those adjustments are not made partway through the year, because people have already committed to working for the salary approved by the board.
So from a contract perspective, that would need to remain whatever is approved, but we could consider a supplement potentially if there was.
Yeah, you'd have to the board would have to find that there was a public purpose served for such an increase in pay.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, this is kind of on the border between being a question and an observation. I'm kind of looking at the long-term numbers, and of course, we're all kind of concerned about that and have been for a while. The message I think that I'm getting from this is the future is now. By that I mean we can't wait until 2025 and do something. And that tells me that the only legislative session between then and now is 2023, next year. About this time next year, the legislature will be wrapping up, and we'll either have some relief on formula transition grants or not. So that tells me we need to move out on that pretty quickly. Is there any piece of that that I'm not reading right?
No, you're exactly right, and we were talking about that before the meeting, is that we really won't know until the end of next school year what the legislature is going to do as far as providing any relief to us. But at that point, if we haven't made any decisions by then, it will be really too late. So that is something that we plan to do, is work to look at what we can do so that we can try to avoid what I have on this paper for fiscal year
Right.
24 and 25. And I'd also like to say, I think the use of our ESSER funds and the way that we've structured that in several of these items is buying us a little bit of time so that we can evaluate our expenditures. I see a lot of districts that are going out and using their funds on various things, one-time adjustments. Cy-Fair had a $100 million deficit. They're balancing it with ESSER, and after this year, they'll have $10 million left. So I feel that the way we have structured it out over several years is giving us some time, mainly this coming year, so that we can make some tough decisions.
And Ms. Benzai, in terms of potential legislative action, if you can also comment on the basic allotment and the lack of adjustment for inflation.
Right, so the $6,160 has remained stable for so many years, and I can't, I want to say 4 years, but I'm not exactly sure of when the last time they bumped that up was. And when they are limiting our tax rate or our growth to 2.5%, and we're trying to you can see if we're trying to give a raise and we're hit by all these other inflationary factors, we have no room for revenue growth to support those needs. So that is a challenge that we're facing with the current school funding system.
I just wanted to say I wanted to thank you for the foresight to handle and structure the ESSER funds that way. We do appreciate it.
Ms. Davis?
I just have one quick question that talked about the homestead exemption. What is the CCISD optional homestead exemption up to $15,000 of taxable value? What is that?
It's 5% or $5,000. So that's an optional homestead exemption that the district and that other school districts can offer. I think it may have been 20% at one point, but it's 5% right now. And so 5%, it's not 15,000, it's just that the example I gave was on a $300,000 home. So they take off the $40,000 that the state mandates we provide, and then the 5% on that $300,000, which would be $15,000, gives an additional tax savings to our
Which is something that
taxpayers.
we as a board would decide whether or not we want to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
And the preliminary budget includes an assumption that we are doing that. Mhm.
That we are going to maintain the homestead exemption as is.
Ms. Benzai, I guess if there's, Ms.
I have one
Checa?
more. On the insurance premiums, you said it was between 22 to 152 a month. Like, what percentage of teachers what is the average on that they're saving a month on their insurance? Like, are most of them right in the middle, or is it?
So probably most of them are at the $22 per month. The $152 per month are normally the plans that are family plans, employees that are covering their full family or their spouse. And over the years, with the way that our rates have been structured on the health insurance plans, most folks are
Most of
having
them are
their
at the low
spouses
end of
covered
it.
somewhere else. So very few actually cover their family under our health insurance plan.
And Ms. Benzai, just a couple quick questions. This is our normal time for when we set our budget, correct? I've been asked that question, like, how come other districts, I guess, were able to do it sooner?
Yes.
You know,
So many of the districts that I've listed as peers have June 30 year-end dates. We have an August 31 year-end date.
Okay.
So that might be why we're seeing so many districts come out early to set their compensation plan. But normally, we actually approve our compensation plan at the July board meeting.
Okay.
So it's nice to approve it earlier if we can, if we have the data and know we can. Next year may be more challenging because of legislative year, but this year with the information we have, it may be possible to approve it earlier.
Okay. And then I just wanted to confirm, because I know that you had mentioned this before, that if we have to do something in terms of safe and secure, that we're going to have to, make some adjustments?
Correct.
Okay. And then, kind of a question I've been asked, and it was kind of self-explanatory on that one slide where we compared, our peer group districts, based off of Region 4 numbers. Why are certain districts able to give a 4 or 5? Is it because they're using ESSER funds, or?
I haven't looked real deep at that, but I know that I've looked at several districts, and they are approving deficit budgets. They're utilizing ESSER funds. Most of the districts that are doing the one-time supplements are utilizing ESSER funds to do that. I can do a little research on that to see how they're doing it, just by looking. I can go through their board meetings to see that. But out of curiosity, I have done that with a few districts, and they are having approving deficit budgets.
Okay. Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, kind of on that point. I mean, I know Houston ISD has been brought up a lot. I mean, that's kind of the elephant in the room here, because they gave out some very large pay increases. Houston ISD received $1.16 billion in ESSER funds. They have about 5 times as many students as we do, and they received $1.16 billion versus our $36 million.
For ESSER 3, it was $36 million. Yes.
So why? Do you have an understanding for why they received so much more as a proportion of their number of students? Like why some districts got very large ESSER payouts and then others did not? Like what is it that's different about us that is causing us not to receive that?
I believe it's based on our eco-disadvantaged population might be the difference between our district and several of those other districts. But we can definitely, I can get you a better answer for that.
I'd like to get an understanding for that.
And one other question I had, and I can't remember what slide that was on, but when it showed the difference between going from a 2% increase versus, I think it was a 2.5 or a 3%.
It's slide 20. It's page 275.
Gotcha.
Yes, slide 20.
Okay. I appreciate you putting that slide in there and putting that together so the board can kind of compare what that does. A couple comments, I guess, well, another question I think I have. Compared to our peer district group, when we look at our administrative costs versus theirs, where do we rank? Are we, because I know back in 2008, we had to do some strategic cutting, and I'm just curious what other districts did and, how we kind of rank, compare, because I hear that a lot in the community that doesn't really know our budget, that we have high administrative costs, and, I'm just curious compared to what, or compared to whom, especially when you see what the state average is and what
Right.
we have.
So I would have to pull that data for you, and I can certainly get that very easily. That the rate changes based on the size of the district. So the state for allowance for us is 8.55, or that's what they've earmarked for that. But I can certainly pull that information and get it sent out to you.
Because I'll just make the comment that sometimes that's not a good thing, because you're stretching your employees to max, so to speak, or have them doing multiple things. And I think for now, that's all the comments or questions that I had. Mr. Bowen?
Sure. I'll just kind of going off of that subject. Can you talk about the classifications of employees that actually fall under that 4.55%? The administrative rate. Does that include basically everybody who is not who is an exempt employee but is not a teacher, or are there other?
So mainly it includes general administration. So I would go tax office, superintendent's office, finance office, part of the curriculum department, those type of departments. Technology is not considered administrative. You have your instructional, you have your library, staff development. Those are not considered, of course, those are not considered instructional or administrative. Maintenance is not considered administrative. Security is not considered administrative. So it's pretty limited to really this building, I would say, the major departments in this building that support really the administrative work of the district.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. President?
Dr. Woods?
If there are not other questions or comments, really, we did want to get feedback from the board in terms of your preference for the time when we would bring back the compensation plan. We'd be prepared to do that at July 11th. If the board would like us to proceed with that. Does have some advantages in terms of processing and contracts and communication with employees, but we want the board to have the time they need to make informed decisions, and so we could delay that till July 25th. So just want to get consensus, get a sense from the board of which route to go.
I think if I open it up to everybody, I know I'm comfortable with July the 11th at our board workshop. I think that's consensus.
I don't know of it, based on the timeline here, I don't know of any new information that we're going to be learning between July 11th and July 25th that would change any of those decisions.
Okay.
And I just, before we move on, number one, I think the presentation was fantastic. This is probably our next car rider line. We could just probably cut and paste this and post this. But
Be a multi-part.
multi-part, we can talk staff, we can talk budget, we can talk tax rate, et cetera. So it was just fantastic. Greatly appreciated. When we go back to slide 18, can you speak on that again? Because I've had this conversation a couple times in terms of teacher compensation. I like the fact that we're kind of getting in the ballgame in terms of our starting teacher pay. I don't think it's highlighted enough that, we try to attract and we try to hold on to our teachers that have experience and stick with us, et cetera. But can you speak on that? Or I'm also looking at Dr. O'Pry over there, because I know he does a good job of, and this is kind of his wheelhouse, but can you speak to why we do that?
Well, I think let him tag on as well, but it really goes back to I want to say 5 to 7 years ago when we implemented the new teacher salary structure. We wanted to build those steps in to those various points along the way every 5 years. And so what's nice is that if you look back at the history, the screen that showed the history of the pay raises, there have been years where teachers have received at those points $5,000 or $6,000 in a single year as a pay raise. So you'll see that our back end, our teachers with 10-plus years of experience, they survey very well. Those salaries survey very well. We've always not maintained to be the highest paid district in the region. Our goal has really been to be at the median, not the highest paid, not the lowest paid, but keeping up right in the middle. And so I think we've exceeded that goal for 10-plus years of experience on that teacher salary schedule. And we've hung on at the beginning teacher salaries. I think every district does that. When we'll say we're going to 60, they all jump to 60. So you're seeing that happen this year. But again, I don't think that that's being right at the median or a little bit below the median for our beginning teacher salaries is really affecting our recruitment. Dr. O'Pry might be able to add on to that, but I think we've done very well with our teacher salaries over the years.
And I'd just like to add that we want to stay in the hunt when it comes to new teacher salaries, and so staying near the median is where we want to be. This salary structure for teachers is a result of teacher input that we received, I think 8 years ago when we received the input to recognize the efforts of teachers. It reaps rewards for the classroom. Teachers stay with us, which results in professional learning not being lost to other school districts. It allows us to continue the culture on a campus because we're retaining staff. And most importantly, it recognizes the efforts of our teachers and teachers that are committed to CCISD students.
I guess I had no further questions. I just want to make sure that everybody else is good. And so I think Dr. Williams, July 11th, will be ready, at our board workshop. Alex, thank you for that presentation. Dynamic. And let's see. We'll move on to item B, Safe and Secure Schools Update. Mr. Miller, Mr. Palazzi. Tough act to follow right there.
Right. I think we're waiting on some.
Clear Creek Independent School District is committed to ensuring each student and staff member is emotionally and physically secure on campus. In 2018, the CCISD School Safety Committee made a set of recommendations to further enhance school safety. Facility improvements, added security, and student resources were all on this list.
It's really a culture of safety that requires constant vigilance and training and resetting and making sure that we're continuing to do what we're supposed to do every single day.
One of the most visible changes to CCISD campuses is the addition of 15 more school liaison officers within the district, 3 on each high school campus, 2 at each intermediate, and the intermediate school officers support elementary schools every day.
It's a comfort just knowing that you have an officer on campus. The presence, the expectations are that we're out and about, walking the building. We have security and monitors out on the high school campus. It's just what's needed, a presence and a quick response if we have any issues.
In the event of an emergency, an officer on campus allows for quicker response. Every officer undergoes school-based law enforcement active shooter training every summer.
We know how to work with the students, the staff, the community, and we work together as a whole. So just know that We do train, we are prepared. So it's just a community working together, law enforcement working together to make sure everyone is safe.
In 2021, CCISD added a more robust, cutting-edge system for the safety and staff of students. There are secured vestibules at the 5 high school campuses. Every classroom door can be locked from both sides. A decrease in the number of uncontrolled access points. There are upgraded cameras on site which can be accessed by the Safe and Secure Department at any point, and panic buttons on every phone make it easier to get help in the event of an emergency.
Emergency dispatch, please state the nature of your emergency.
It's really increased our ability to react to an event without putting staff or students in harm's way if an event were to occur at the district.
CCISD is also committed to the mental health and well-being of every student. One of the many ways the district has improved its wellness awareness is by adding 15 student support counselors to help students through counseling, 1 at every intermediate school and 2 at every high school.
So we just feel like the more of our outside resources that we have, the more caring individuals we can get in front of students, the more that we're going to be able to meet the needs of our students.
The availability of mental health resources on campuses has already made a difference. Working with community partners, there's been an increase in office visits from students seeking counsel. The goal is to ensure students are supported both inside and outside of the classroom.
The students are learning that counselors are they're not just there for academics. They really are there to meet all of their needs. We are here to educate students. We are here to help them find technical skills and academic skills to be successful. We now, I think, have a better understanding that there is something underlying that helps them be successful. And if we can support that as well, they're just going to skyrocket in their success.
During the summer months, the journey to a safe learning environment doesn't stop. CCISD Safety Committee members are meeting every week to review training programs and safety features before school starts and students head back to class in the fall.
Our primary responsibility is to ensure our students and staff are safe and both emotionally and physically at all of our campuses. We're constantly reviewing our posture as it relates to student and staff safety.
Well, and you thought that presentation was hard to follow. Thank you, our communications department, for developing that video. That's great. That's a great video. Thank you. So we're going to follow that up with a little bit more detail. We're still going to hit highlights, but provide a little bit of detail to back up some of the information that's in that video. So in 2018, as they mentioned, there was the school safety committee that was made several recommendations. So we're going to hit the high points: the hardening of facilities, additional staffing for security, counseling and student support, safety training, and communication. So we'll have each one of those really highlighted and go through those. The first one, we'll start with hardening of facilities. Back in 2018, we really started working on that district-wide security upgrades project. As you may recall, we had $8.1 million in the 2017 bond program that was primarily focused on replacement of obsolete existing systems. And the board approved an additional $21.3 million out of bond savings and interest to execute the district-wide security upgrades project that implemented all of the recommendations from the 2018 Safety Committee. That project included access control, intrusion detection, and surveillance cameras. For the access control system, that includes employee badge readers to get into the building. It includes the door release buttons that you see at every reception area that allows staff to buzz people in and then buzz them back through into the campus. The intrusion detection system is the security and burglar alarm system that we've always had, but it was upgraded to include door ajar sensors and alarms that allow us to set off alarms whenever there's a door that's propped open. So it's really intended to address a specific problem that we've seen over the years at our schools. Surveillance cameras, those new cameras are high-definition cameras, digital cameras that also came with a video management system that really is advanced compared to what we've had in the past. It allows us to track people through the building. It's a really good system and allows us to really track the activities that's going on at a school. The project also included replacement of classroom hardware with a thumb turn type lock system that allows people without a key that's inside the classroom can lock those doors in an emergency, prevents the campus staff from having to go into the corridor to lock that door with a key. So all district-wide hardware has been replaced on classroom doors. We also did, as the video mentioned, we did transaction windows at our 5 comprehensive high schools that provides a secure environment that can actually handle the load and the volume of people that come through a high school campus. And then we also installed bullet and impact-resistant film at all of our campuses at storefront doors and adjacent storefront windows that allows us to maintain that secure environment for the buzzers and the way that they access the school. All of our district standards, as we work with facilities, were updated for those changes that were developed during the design development process for this project. So all of our new campuses and renovated campuses have the same systems and layouts as were developed in this project. As the video mentioned, the hotkeys were programmed on every school so they can call every single phone in every building in the district. So they can, with the touch of one button, they can reach the 40911 dispatcher, and that will trigger, if it needs to trigger, it could trigger a lockdown remotely. We also replaced all of the obsolete cameras on our buses with the HD digital cameras. We also did wireless access points at main transportation to allow us bus drivers to upload their videos every day once they bring the bus back. We did reduce the number of uncontrolled access points and then limited it to the main entrance during school hours, as it mentioned in the video. And so that really covers our hardening of facilities that we did as a result of that.
I'm really glad we have such a great communications department, because I think they captured what our belief is. And I'm going to security staffing, but it's not just one group of people that's in charge of the safety of our students. It's counseling, it's safe and secure, it's our SLOs, it's our teachers. So, and I'm really glad that they were able to capture that. In terms of security staffing, though, from 2018, we were able to, through the board's approval, we were able to add 15 extra SLO officers, student liaison officers. What that allowed us to do was now every high school has 3 SLO officers. Before they had 2. And if one had to leave for something, that left 1 officer at a school with 2,800 students. We now have 3, so if someone has to leave, we still have 2 on campus. It allowed us to add an extra one to every intermediate school. Previously, there was 1. If that person had to leave for an emergency, we were not staffed appropriately. That extra SLO officer now enables us to have that officer rove to elementary schools, which we didn't have that in the past. So the extra officer can go to an elementary school, whether it's morning drop-off, lunch, afternoon pickup, and can go to the feeder elementary schools that will ultimately feed to the intermediate and the high school, and they start to form those relationships. Previously to 2018, we didn't have that ability. At the comprehensive high schools, we also have parking lot monitors that help monitor the parking lot, looking for suspicious activity, crimes against cars, but they also monitor the outside of the building, the exterior. The 2018 recommendations, which were passed, each comprehensive high school got a security monitor that assists on the inside of the building, the interior, in addition to the SLO officers. They are able to check the doors from the inside, check for suspicious figures inside, help clear the halls during passing periods, help the administration that have concerns. So it added another set of eyes that we need at those high schools. Unfortunately, COVID hit, and we had a great program at many of the elementary schools called the Watchdogs, Dads of Great Students. It provided an opportunity for male role models to come and help at the elementary campus when sometimes there aren't a lot of males working at those levels. It also gave us another set of eyes. COVID hit, we had to remove back with a lot of the volunteers. This past year, they started to come back. Next year, we're going to start another campaign to encourage that more, because it's a really great program that we have at those schools, and we want to make sure everyone knows that we want those volunteers back in the schools. We also have a great relationship with our local law enforcement. We have agreements with League City, with Seabrook, with El Lago, with Kima, with HPD, who has a Clear Lake campus across the street from Clear Lake High School. We meet with those law enforcement agencies. They understand what the role of our sheriff deputies are, but they understand their role as well. We want them to assist us. We want them having relationships with our students. We want them assisting our administrators. So at any time when we need their assistance, they're there to help us. Whether it's through extra canine dog we need, we are never a call away from whether it's College of the Mainland, whether it's Pearland, whether we need more than one. If we need assistance that we can't provide, and Chief Ratliff over in League City can, he's a phone call away, and he will be here at a drop of a dime. And we've been able to form that relationship over the years, and it's still staying strong. You were able to see Ms. West on the video, who's in charge of our student support services. In 2018, it was recommended by the board that we add student support counselors. We added those. We added an extra one at every high school. There was previously was only one. The student support counselor is able to work with the students in a different capacity sometimes than the regular guidance counselor. They are going to be doing counseling sessions. They'll have group counseling. It's an opportunity for students to really speak in a way that they might not be able to speak with their regular counselor. We were also able to add one at every intermediate school. Previously, they didn't have them. So now there's a student support counselor at every intermediate school, and there's also extra counselors that were added to the elementary schools based upon need from those. The mental health check-ins, which were and are a superintendent's target, have been really impactful at the schools. Every time a student meets with a counselor, they are given a mental health check-in. The counselors, whether it's student support counselor or a guidance counselor, are asking, how's everything going? How do you feel today? So those have been, and the increase of those has occurred. And we really take pride in that, and that superintendent target that we continue to work on. And Ms. West has done an unbelievable job of creating those memorandums of understandings, but those relationships with outside partners. I know our community has spoken, and they want to know, who can we speak to? Do you have recommendations? Are there places we can go? And Ms. West has cultivated that unbelievably. So those are just a few of some of the partnerships that we do have. All right. Safety training. Mr. Miller on the video said it's essential, and it is. We have campus level training. So every year before the start of school, we have administrative minicamp. All the administrators are trained in safety procedures, drills, protocols that we have. They go back, and their administrative team trains the campus. So that training is happening every year on campus. Our department, Safe and Secure Schools, has created a safety toolkit on its learning page where every bit of essential resources is there for the administrators. Whether they need drill forms, reporting tools, safety resources, it's all there for them. In addition, we're only a phone call away. If you look onto the right side of that, I know it's some information that maybe isn't always shared, but we train the substitutes, new and returning, every year before the start of school in every one of our safety protocols, in our drills, in our trainings. We also train the crossing guards, the campus security monitors, the parking lot monitors, the bus drivers, the child nutrition staff. The child nutrition staff likes to be included in the campus trainings to be part of the campus, but the maintenance technicians and the custodial staff, all of that is done before the start of the school. That hadn't always occurred. Through the years, best practices evolve, and every single one of those individuals is trained the exact same training that the campus receives. So if something were to happen, and if you were at Ferguson Elementary and you were support staff, or you were at Clearbrook High School, everything is exactly the same and the terminology is the same, which is communication's a big key in training. Speaking of the communications, we follow the standard response protocol for our trainings. It's a national framework. Our district believed in it because of the commonality of the verbiage and the responses. I tell the substitutes and the teachers, years and years ago, we had the giant flip chart that had about 100 flip charts to it in case of a water flood, in case of a bomb threat, in case you had to flip to it. Standard response protocol only has 5 actions. It doesn't matter what the emergency is, it's the action that occurs, and that's the training we're able to do from K through 12. Another thing that our communications department was able to implement is we are now involving the students. We are asking parents to, if they want to, include the students' cell phone numbers so we can provide text message to the students as well in emergency situations. That's been, we got a lot of feedback from the community on that, and that was one of the large ones that they would like their students to know what's going on as well. And then, obviously, our communications department does a fabulous job with the social media, with the live streaming, our CCISD Alerts app that can be downloaded from your app store. It receives all of the communications, emergency alerts, but it also is the opportunity for the anonymous alerting system that we have implemented from 2018. We've increased it. We went to a better technology. So any student, staff member, community member can report an anonymous alert, whether it's self-harm, whether it's concerning behavior, whether it's a suspicious person. They have that ability on that anonymous alerts app that's in the CCISD alert app to provide that information to the district.
You also might mention the Raptor system that we're working to.
So Raptor was always a partner with us. We went away from them a couple years back. Their product has improved substantially. We implemented that for our visitor volunteer management system. So we're able to run better background checks. It provides a better platform for our volunteer management as well. But one of the parts of their software that they've added was they align with the I Love You Guys, which is the standard response protocol, and they have created an emergency management app that we can use for our emergencies, for our reunification process. It allows one of the parts of it that it allows teachers on their cell phones to report emergencies, to take attendance, to let us know if someone's injured, to let us know if someone's missing. So teachers can alert people to emergencies, which we didn't really have that ability before. And so the combination of those three, the visitor management, the volunteer management, and now the emergency, the app, we went back to Raptor. And it's been a game changer, and it's going to be a game changer. We actually utilized it for the first time at the most recent reunification drill, and we got outstanding feedback.
All right, so recently we've been working with the Sprint Group. It's a superintendent's advisory committee that's meeting every week, really for the purpose of really pushing through to determine any updates to our safety recommendations that we need to make and try to implement, and involving parents in the community and law enforcement to set those up. This first slide, you'll see that we issued a thought exchange, and we got a lot of feedback from over 1,000, if I remember right, it was over 1,000 people that really identified some of the most pressing and common themes that we saw in the thought exchange. Our first meeting was held on June 7th, and it was a virtual meeting, and the second meeting was held on June 21st, and it was an in-person meeting. The next meeting is tomorrow night, and so we'll have one more after that, and then we're looking towards going to the July 11th workshop, possibly with a recommendation, depending on the committee's work. Really, from the thought cloud, we really identified three major themes: school security staffing, identifying and responding to threats, technology and security systems. The June 21st meeting, we really went through the presentation for the school security staffing, and then worked through the identifying and responding to potential threats in that first meeting. And then ultimately, we'll go through on July 5th, the technology and security systems. Each meeting, we kind of do a presentation, and then we come in and they do a table talk, and they really develop a lot of their recommendations, things they agree with, things they don't agree with, and things that they would aspire to. And we document all that information and keep it in our systems and documents that will eventually prepare for them to give them feedback and start working up recommendations for the board. As I mentioned, the July 11th workshop is our target date for bringing those recommendations in. There's also the Safe and Secure Schools Committee that's legislatively required. There's 3 annual meetings that are required for that committee, and we're bringing that committee down to a total of 9 because of the sensitive nature of the information that they review. The fact that there's only 3 meetings a year, really making sure that we're meeting the legislative requirements for those Safe and Secure Schools Committee. The next committee meeting date is on August 10th of 2022, and the committee will be reviewing the Emergency Operations Plan. The next meeting is December 15th, and we will review threat assessment data, consult with law enforcement, and then on May 18th next year, we will review campus safety audits. All committee members are required to be trained in psychological first aid as well. So we're working through that to make sure that when we get to that August 10th meeting, everybody is aware of the training requirements, and Elena did email a link to the required training to all the committee members. Just a quick recap of the things that the committee does. I won't read through every one of those, but it's basically an emergency operations plan review, and then emergency operations recommendations, safety audits review, reviewing any Texas School Safety Center reports, and then consulting with law enforcement on recommendations from them. And we will go to Brian.
All right. And one final thing that I want to share with you is the safety audits for all of the facilities in the school district. They're on 3-year cycles. The next cycle ends 2023. So just wanted to update you on where we are with that. So surveys. So in addition to just a campus audit or a facility audit, there's a lot that goes into that. It's not just looking at the physical structure. Interviews, surveys go out to counselors, administration, custodial staff, support staff, students. So we take into account, we ask a lot of questions, do some interviews. We try to get information from all areas, in addition to looking at the physical structure and drills and protocols. So the surveys went out. They're due back July 15th. Surveys went out at the towards the end of the school year. Site inspections are in progress. They're going to be complete around middle of July, in plenty of time for our reporting session. Our intruder alerts we do when students are there. So those are going to occur beginning of the school year to start this year. The final reports are prepared. We bring them to the safety committee. We bring them to you before we report. But we should be done with those we will be done well before May. The long arduous process is all the facilities getting out to them, and those are going to be done mid-July. So we're right where we need to be, and look forward to sharing some of that information with you all.
And as I mentioned on the previous slide, that information will be reviewed by the Safe and Secure Schools Committee prior to the submission to the state in August of 23, which is when the 3-year due date is at the end of in August of 23. So, and that is all of our presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'll open it up for any questions or comment. Mr. Bone?
And I'll just ask a quick question, and this has probably already been discussed in the sprint team, or it's going to be, but it seemed like a very big topic in the thought exchanges was the subject of substitute employees and probably other people who are not always on campus having access to the key card readers. And the problem that they're running into is when they don't have access, they have to get other people in the school, including students, to open doors for them, and that gets everybody in the habit of constantly letting people in. So are we looking at a solution for that problem specifically?
We are both in the sprint group and internally already reviewing that with our HR staff and our security staff to make sure we know how to actually execute that safely and make sure that those cards are recovered. It's just a process to make sure we're identifying those, and we'll work with technology ultimately to terminate those cards if they get lost.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Cottrell?
Yes. First, thank you very much for making this a priority. several things, and we could probably spend hours actually talking about the importance of safety with all of our schools. But a couple of things that were mentioned was we're at Watchdogs. And I was PTA president several years ago, and Watchdogs, they wanted to be there. They want to be serving a purpose. I have daughters that I would do anything for, so I want to be there feeling like I'm protecting them as well. But as I talk to Watchdogs across the district, there's different treatment on every campus, and then it would be more like a retention issue if they weren't feeling welcomed. And that is an issue that, you know, as you're going forward and you're trying to really have an effective group like Watchdogs, y'all may want to consider having something that every principal of all the campuses, everybody's on the same page with what their real role is on that campus, because they don't want to be building chairs and putting tables together and all that. They want to be walking the campus. They want to be treated professionally, politely, and with courtesy, you know, to go sit down somewhere if you need to. But anyway, just going forward, it is very important. As a dad, and I know my dad volunteered, and lots of neighbors volunteered, and then they decided they stopped volunteering because they were disheartened. So that's an important part of it too. Also, as we just heard, budget conversation, what are we doing looking forward to improve, you know, not get complacent because nothing happened for 4 years as we went from Santa Fe to Uvalde. But what are we going to do to, you know, just keep improving the surveillance, keep improving the security? You know, that I see a gate open as I drive by a campus and it drives me crazy. You know, that's something that's simple-ish. You know, you would think they would all be locked. But what are we doing looking forward to keep improving that safety and security?
Go ahead.
That's a great point and a great question. I'm a watchdog too. Just
Thank you. Yeah.
That is part of the audit cycle. The audit cycle for us, for CCISD, is not a check your box. We use that, we utilize that to guide us moving forward. And when we find things from there, for instance, the open gate, that allows us to develop ideas to improve fidelity. So we want to improve fidelity. We want to find out, we're looking for gaps in what we have, and that drives us forward to continuously improve. We really utilize these audits for that purpose.
I'll also add to that many times some of them that you notice are affected by the design of the facility and how it was built and how they're utilizing the facility. So we really need to really constantly reset to make sure that we're providing the most up-to-date information and responding to it. So it's something you have to do constantly. And we're working with the Sprint group, and there's been some really great input that has been brought forward by them that we're already internally talking about. But part of that is going to be retraining, reassessing, and it really needs to happen between now and the start of school.
Well, and since you mentioned the training, when you were talking about that, I was even thinking about the watchdogs, you know, because I know at the beginning of the school year, you know, the PTA paid for pizza, and I think the bill was $300 or $400, and we had a cafeteria room full of dads just saying, sign me up. You know, there wasn't anybody from the district there to actually train them. It was me and some other dads that were saying, here's what you do, you know. So, again, consistency across the district, I think would be wonderful. And with you being a watchdog, you know, I'm not sure what happens at your campus. I know what happens at a couple of my area campuses, and it's different. How they're treated by the principal and how they're treated by the staff is very different on each one. So, and yes, and I mentioned the budget and looking forward, because like I know that we got some funding to do the upgrades. I think it was SB 11 that gave us that funding to do a lot of stuff. Making sure our equipment's not out of date. You know, I mean, whether it's our phones or our home cameras, I'm sure that the cameras on campus as well can be upgraded So what do we need to do, and we need to do budget-wise to keep improving, those systems that are in place?
And as you might recall, there were several campuses that weren't old enough for us to replace, things like Challenger Stadium and Clear Lake High School, McWhirter. They had just been installed when we did this project, so they still have the older digital as opposed to the Vigilance system. So we're still utilizing the video management system to manage those, but they're not at the quality that the Vigilance systems are. So there are definitely equipment out there that needs to be included in a replacement cycle.
And are we looking forward with options for like panic buttons? I've seen some districts where each individual classroom or teacher has the ability to hit a panic button. Is that something that we're looking at, or that we can look at and we can talk budget?
I think we have addressed that with the hotkeys on all of the phones that allows our dispatcher to remotely activate a lockdown in the case of an emergency, so that they can
From any classroom,
and any phone in the district as well. So that's really part of that fidelity that Brian was mentioning, is we've got to really make sure that every campus is following the same procedures, and not that they can call 911. We hear that information at the dispatch office as well. So we want them to respond to the emergency, but we do have that one button that would allow that to happen.
You saw briefly on the video the young man answering the call. Prior to 2018, we didn't have this option. So at any moment, any staff member in our school district on any phone can hit one button, and it automatically comes to our emergency dispatch for whatever reason. If there's an emergency, we ask them, they tell us. If they're not able to tell, so if they do that, we're sending an officer. If they're not able to tell us, we're sending an officer. If it's a hang-up, we're calling back and sending an officer. Whatever, if that number is ever dialed, we're sending an officer to assist, and it also allows us immediate ability to dispatch and to activate any kind of emergency protocol that we do over the intercom system and the telecommunications system. So that was a, in terms of feedback from staff, that was a huge relief to them and substitutes, that at any time they can get assistance with not having to memorize a number.
Just last bit of advice, don't get comfortable. Just always keep everything at safety in the forefront, and just don't think that we got it, we've done everything we can. Just, there's more. We just always have to be vigilant like that and keep thinking forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petro. Mr. Sanchez?
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you for the work that you all continue to do. I know there's been a lot of attention after Uvalde, and as a school district, just in the short time that I've been a part of the board, I know it's been a constant focus for us as a district. And so I think to Mr. Cottrell's point, I don't think it's something we ever stop looking at, and I think we reinforce to our community that if you're a student, if you're a teacher, if you're an administrator, if you are a parent volunteer, if you are a family member, everyone plays a role in ensuring safety and security of our students and our campuses. And it's not because we're not focused on it. It's because they are seeing things that over a period of time they may notice that someone else may not even realize. And so I don't want to underestimate the role that everybody plays in focusing on student safety, because that we have to be right 100% of the time. We have to ensure that we're focused on it constantly. And while I wish I could assure people that it will never be something we have to worry about, I think we always have to be focused on it. We always have to have a mindset that that's a priority for us. And so I thank you all for making this a priority, because I think without that environment, our students are not going to perform at their best. Our teachers are not going to be in an environment where they can provide the instruction that ultimately forms the reputation that we have as a district. And so I want to say thank you for that. I think it's gates that are unlocked, it's gates that are locked, it's doors that are working, it's doors that are not working. Think about your home, and then imagine multiplying that across our district and the thousands of doors, the thousands of locks, the thousands of entry points. And those are things that we just have to focus on, and so everyone can provide that kind of input to you all to ensure that we are focused where we need to be. So thank you for that. I don't think there are enough resources in a budget that we could forecast and plan that would do everything that we need to do, and so getting everybody's input is so important. The second thing I wanted to just mention is I think it's on slide, on our packet, it's 295. It's focused on, no, actually, sorry, I scrolled to the wrong. Give me just 1 second. On safety training, slide 291, for campus level and additional annual training, I know that there's also been discussion about specific training that we provide for teachers and staff that support our students with special needs, because I know that that can be so unique to that particular student. And so I didn't see it listed here, but I do know that that's also a focus for us, and I know it's come up in our committee meeting, and so I just want to make sure that that's also something we're reassuring. That remains something that we focus on from a training perspective.
Yes, sir. In addition to that, every student that receives special services has a separate safety plan as well that each campus does. And for every individual student that has a specific need, that safety plan is enacted for them in a case of an emergency. And the teachers in their classrooms know that, and they know their safety plan, whether it's medically, physically, each one has a safety plan for them, given the circumstance of the emergency. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Just one quick question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Mr. Luck.
I've got one. Well, actually, I may have more than one. I'm going to put my Captain Obvious outfit on and ask a question I'm sure at least a few people watching online or have on their mind. It's been about a month since Uvalde, and first I want to commend you on being very proactive and not being strictly reactive, but I think it's a question that needs to be asked, and that's how has those events, can you give me just a brief summary of how those have impacted your work in the last month or so?
I think primarily the fidelity in how we're applying all of the different things that we were implementing and making sure that we're following up and verifying that those things are completed and continuing to be followed as staff changes. And, COVID came in, it really changed how everybody's focus was more on safely reopen, things like that, that we really need to get refocused and re-engaged in what we need to make sure gets done. And I know Brian and his team and every campus administrator out there, they know what they're supposed to do and they know how to do it. We just need to make sure from our end that we're following up and verifying that those things are being done annually, and really reviewing what the committee, this sprint group, comes up with to make sure that we're engaged with them and listening to what their concerns are. I'm sure most of those things we've already addressed as a concern, but many of them, there was either not enough funding to do or that just didn't make sense at the time, but it may make sense now that we really need to revisit and consider those things and work through implementing them. But I know the focus level on this is returned, and it had returned earlier in the spring. Everybody's been sort of ramping back up and getting their footing after the last 2 years we've been through. But we've got a good bit of work to do, and we're here to get refocused on it.
I guess I had one other thing, and that was on 295 on the Safe Security Committee. You mentioned that there was some training for that committee, and I was just kind of curious, is that training largely proprietary, or?
I don't believe it is. It comes from certain groups. This one that we sent out was just a link to their online video course that the committee was able to go on and review.
Would there be any reason to make that more broadly available?
There would be no reason not to. We can share that information with
I think that might be a
guys.
good thing to do. I'll just make that suggestion. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Just a quick question on the locks. You said that you're able to also lock those from the outside, is that correct?
They do have a key where you,
Okay.
from outside, as the teacher comes in, they can unlock their
Got it.
room and get in. But once they're in, if there is a lockdown or some other event, any student can go lock the door, and there's an indicator on there that would tell them from a distance whether that door is locked or unlocked, so they would know they need to go secure that door.
Right. And one thing I'll just mention, especially as I travel through our local community as well as our district, some of the relationships that we have with our neighboring school districts is strong. When I think of Friendswood, Texas City, those individuals are always, they're, I'd like to say almost a part of the district, but they're willing to lend a hand. So when I think of those partnerships, I think of, Kemah PD and Stewart and, Chief Ratliff and, his staff, being able to patrol some of our schools and things like that. I'll also mention, I think, the work that the Sprint Committee is doing, especially some of the teacher input and student input is invaluable. Those are kind of our boots on the ground and eyes and ears, and they're kind of, taking note of what's happening and giving us suggestions, which I think is great. And also, in regards to our parents, I encourage our parents as you go to events, get to know our SLOs. They know your kids. I mean, surprisingly, you can probably say my kid plays in the band. They'll ask you, who your student is, and 9 times out of 10 they'll say, "Oh, I catch them when they're going from PE class, into band room or what have you." So I encourage, as our parents go and attend events on campus, introduce yourself, let them know who your child is, because 9 times out of 10 they know your student. So that's also important as well. I want to also commend, I know that the SLOs are walking campuses as well. So to Mr. Larson's point, I think, those are some things that probably not a lot of people know. I just happen to know that. But, so I think that work's going to be invaluable in terms of looking at, areas for us to improve. And then I also just want to highlight, back in 2018, some of the things that we did as a board at the time, adding 15 counselors, adding 15 SLOs, hardening of facilities, the upgrade of cameras. I remember that was a big one when we saw the difference between an HD camera and the old analog cameras. In an analog, you were sitting there going, "Oh, I hope that's a person," and then you're reading like the license plate from, a football field away. I think is pretty incredible. So, I say all that to say that hopefully we will continue to look for areas that we improve. I know as a parent, I try to stay vigilant and try to go to as many things that I can. So I'm cognizant of the fact of what staff is doing on our campuses and what's been put in place and what we're continually reviewing and looking at. So thank you both for your efforts and what you guys do. So if there's no further questions, I appreciate the presentation. And we will move on to C. Ms. Holly Hughes, Student Attendance Task Force update. Uh-oh. Franklin can't get out of it.
I appreciate your time this evening. We have a brief update for you, and we're going to start with a video. Well, first of all, we have an incredible school district, certainly with the support of an incredible communications team that put that video together. We have been focused on increasing student attendance this spring and wanted to provide a brief update to you from our committee and the campaign and our steps forward. We know how important attendance is every single day. Last time I was before you, we talked about teacher retention. Teachers are our most important factor in achieving academic success, but if students aren't there to learn, our teachers cannot provide that incredible instruction. So attendance matters, and your child belongs here every day is our focus moving forward. Just as you know, there's the background on compulsory attendance. It has had a different view in the past couple of years with COVID and the other impacts that we've had on our learning system. But it is something that we want to focus on, getting back to resetting back to the basics of student attendance and a message that we'll be sharing with our community as we move forward. To share a few points of data with you, and I know Ms. Benzai shared a bunch earlier, and so this information is familiar. We've known that attendance is an important factor to our student success, and it's an important factor for many reasons. As you look at our attendance over the years, we've had different elements that have come in to adjust that as through the COVID times, but we've definitely had a decrease in our student attendance, and it's something that we want to push moving forward to ensure that we have students in our classrooms each day. During the past school year, we had almost 20,000 students miss 5 or more days of school. That could be not consecutive, but 5 or more. That's a powerful number when you take that into account of our over 40,000 population. 5,527 were absent more than 10 days of school. Certainly, we know that this year has had many impacts for health and for other issues, but that's still an important number for us to address. Overall, we've definitely had a decrease since 2018 and 19 school year, and we've seen an increase in the days of 5 or more days since the 2018-19 school year. It's important data to take into account and why our attendance committee came together and our task force came together. Do you want to share a little bit about this?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to go back and look at 2019. That was the last pre-COVID school year. That was a full year. Really to look at the numbers. As you can see, there's a slight increase there in the number of 10 days or more missed by our students as far as a percentage. We also know that COVID had an impact on that, so we want to make sure we shared that data, that of the 5,529 students that missed 10 or more days, 10% of that was accounted to reported COVID-related incidents. Also, whenever you look at the five or more school days missed, that number, of course, 19,857 that Holly shared earlier, 29.2% of that was COVID-related. So I think it's very important to take that into consideration. But the main focus for the task force moving forward was that gold area of 45.8% of our district, of the students in our district, missed 5 or more days. Obviously, that impacts multiple areas from instruction to mental health to finances and so forth. So that became a focus of that task force.
And speaking of the task force, we worked with a cross-functional team and worked on 3 different areas, and will continue to do so as we launch into the school year. One, you started off by seeing the video from our communications department. It's launching an attendance campaign and website with resources for all internal and external stakeholders in the district. 2, we wanted to establish incentives and support, and I think, as Mr. Miller said earlier, fidelity to this across all schools, and that is a focus as we reset and move into the new school year. And also our internal processes for attendance. We've had so many waves of changes in the last 2 or 3 years and we've had different staff members join us. It's time for us to go back and reset our practices and our processes for attendance, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
But quickly want to share with you part of the campaign that our communications team is building and has built. And you saw the draft or the announcement that will be shared at, hopefully, we're looking at maybe some movie theaters and community pieces that we'll be showing out to our community. Also, some PSAs on our parent night, social media, and even football games, so that we can get the message out that school is not optional. It is, once we enroll, it's time, you must attend, and that is a piece that we want to push forward. We want kids healthy, we want kids safe, but we also want them attending school. These are some of the aspects that will be covered as we move into the new school year. We've drafted a letter. Many of our parents said that they were not aware of the requirements of school, of the commitment for attendance, and so we've added a letter to the back-to-school packet that will be sent out in the new year. I want to talk about incentives briefly, elementary attendance incentives, that we will go back to promoting those grade level goals and those school-wide goals, talk about individual grade level and school-wide as far as setting goals, progress monitoring, and celebrating those. We will be working on a campaign to support that with consistency across the district. I know we have some teachers here who have done this in the past, and they and work on that to make sure that kids are in their seats each day, and it's that personal connection that's important between our teachers and our students. Additionally, I know we have intermediate.
Yeah, so we looked at some incentives for our intermediate students. Of course, there's no final exam exemption policy for them, and so our intermediate group got together and looking towards end of semester activities or rewards for students based on attendance as well as grades. You see the guidelines posted there, both, again, for grades, attendance, as well as discipline. This will qualify a student to participate in these additional activities at the end of the fall, as well as the spring semester. And then high school exemptions, this will be a proposal to an adjustment in the EIA regulation that we'll be bringing to you in July to the policy committee. There's a couple of additions here, of course, a fall and a spring examination, and then the guidelines are there with a sliding scale for both grades as well as attendance. Second part of this exemption will include discipline as well as our credit recovery courses. At our high school level, of course, we provide credit recovery opportunities, and that exemption policy will not apply to those specific courses. So in general, the proposed changes would be in addition to for fall semester exam exemptions. In the prior regulation, there was only a spring exam exemption. We're also proposing in addition to 9th and 10th grade students in core subjects only. 11th and 12th will remain all subjects. Again, the sliding scale for attendance, as you can see, as well as the differentiation between AP courses and on-level courses. Adding the part of discipline for ISS, OSS, and DAP placements, making them exempt, disqualifying them from the exemption policy, as well as the removal of the requirement to take the College Board for the AP exam for that specific course. High school also felt it very important to include tardies, not just to be in class, but to be in class on time. So they've come up with a calculation there where 5 tardies is the equivalent of 1 absence.
We also discussed resetting our attendance processes. One thing that we will be working with all campus leaders on is just adjusting their ADA time for a better campus fit and their schedule. That's something that we can work on over time, and an adjustment to make sure our accounting of attendance is accurate and as timely as possible to meet the needs of that campus. That's something that we've gotten clarification from TEA and that we will be addressing this school year. Also reestablish the training for all personnel, including substitutes, on attendance practices. We've been so thankful for our substitutes and recognizing them even tonight, that we want to make sure that they are aware how important attendance, taking attendance each day is, and that we want to make sure we have that in place. Increase our collaboration and align attendance priorities between our attendance officers, social workers, and our campus personnel. There's a lot of great folks surrounding this attendance focus, and we need to make sure that we are providing time and collaboration means so that we are all working on this together. For each individual student, there's, especially with those 5 or 10 absences, there's unique situations, and we want to make sure that we have the right skills to address those. And then increase our communication to our parents and guardians about excessive and chronic absences. When we look at missing 2 days a month of a school year, we're at risk of not completing that and being promoted to the next grade level, also falling tragically behind and progressing forward. So we want to make sure that we are addressing that well. We have different counties that we work through with our attendance letters, and we're revising those and working on our process and the whole procedure, coming into a healthy reset of a start into the new school year. Moreover, we just wanted to provide you an update with our work so far, and let you know that it is an important priority to us and to our campuses, that we want our students to have that great relationship, a highly engaging instruction happening each day, and that our students are there to receive it. Yes?
I'd just like to add one other thing.
Yep.
The high school exemption policy, of course, is a regulation. We said we would bring that to July policy review, and then it would go out for a 10-day review. I also feel like the high school policy, really the elementary as well as the intermediate, but especially the high school exemption policy, allows us to get on a very consistent playing field. I know Dr. Williams brought that up. We've had that discussion in cabinet of being able to be more consistent across the campuses, and so this policy will allow us to really be very consistent across the high school campuses. Sorry, that's one thing I forgot to throw in there.
It's important.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I'll open it up for questions. Mr. Bond?
Sure, I'll go. So my first question on the exemptions is, do the exemptions themselves count as absences? How is that handled?
No, the student, just because the student is exempt from the final exam, they're still expected to be in attendance for the day.
Okay, so they basically just show up and...
Yeah, the campus will develop a plan to schedule them through that process.
Okay. I guess my other question is, so, I mean, in effect, this would basically completely do away with final exams for most students entirely, right? Because if you've got, if 9th and 10th are exempted from core exams, those are the ones that are usually the most difficult. I mean, there's not a whole lot to a final exam in an athletics class or an elective usually. So, I mean, that seems like a really big step to take all at once. What is the logic behind that? I mean, do we think that final exams just don't add any value?
No, I think we took into consideration that as our discussion. As far as not having a final exam in those areas, we also took in consideration that the STAR applies as an end-of-course exam. Although it is not the end-all, be-all, it is an end-of-course exam and kind of in lieu of a final exam. That freshmen take English 1, Algebra 1, and Biology, as well as our English 2 in 10th grade. So those students are actually taking an end-of-course exam, maybe not necessarily a final exam.
Okay.
So I have a question on some of the numbers here on page 303, and I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at here. So if I compare 2019 with 2022, district-wide, 5 days of school missed, and I know the I know the enrollment wasn't exactly the same, but it was close. So we jump up about 3.4% in 5+ days of absenteeism, right?
Correct.
Okay, now, my math's a little fuzzy, but I think that's around 1,400 students affected, give or take. And I see that 29%, now that 29.2% number, that's the percentage of that 45.8 that is COVID-related?
Correct.
That's around, so 30% of 20,000 is around 6,000, right? So what I'm seeing there is, it looks to me, take COVID out of the picture and we have a significant improvement over 2019.
And COVID-related is reported as reported, right? Sure.
Okay.
Right, I mean, that's, we've had...
We're at the mercy of the report.
There's a lot of
I
just
see
wanna-
what you're.
That's what it was coded at in
I-
I
in
want to
the
share
system.
that, we're trying to share different, additional data with you, but yes.
I think I'm reading between the lines the way you want me to read between the lines. Okay. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing this or making big strides in it. I'm just pointing out here that we might be poised to make some significant gains here.
That's our goal.
That's the hope.
All right.
That's our goal.
Thanks for that explanation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez?
For the high school exemptions, the absences per course, in some instances, could just be for that semester or could be for the entire year. Is that, how is that? I'm not sure if the intent is, if a course is only a semester versus fall and spring, then how are the numbers counted? Is it it's just for that course? So if it's just for that,
It's specific to that course,
okay.
specific to that.
So we're not adjusting a reduced number of absences if it's just a semester versus
Correct,
if it's
based
a
on a
year.
semester.
And then we're not, I was trying to think, during COVID, we removed the exemption as a reward to no absences because we wanted students not to show up sick. This is somewhere in between, because it still gives them some absences if
This
they
is a
need it.
significant step back to the consistency and expectation where we've had multiple phases of years of changes based on our situation with pandemic. So this brings it back to a significant step forward to the expectation and motivation for a relearned behavior of being in school each day.
And the committee felt very strong about the sliding scale, instead of just a 75 bottom line, more of a sliding scale as far as the averages.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Bowen?
I don't know. I still keep coming back to this, and it is the idea that a student could, and I think we anticipate this for most students, they would go through their entire high school career without taking a single final exam in any core subject. That is, and we don't even get to vote on that. It's just going to be done through a regulation that gets announced, and then it's done. That is a gigantic swerve, and it seems like it just seems very sudden, and I don't know. I think that needs a lot more consideration than it's given here.
Can I check?
Ms. Jeca?
I like the idea of the exemptions. I do think we do need to look at it a little bit, kind of what Mr. Bowen is saying. I think my concern would be the removal of the AP exams. I feel like if we're encouraging our students to take these AP exams or take the AP class, I feel like we really need to be encouraging them to take the AP exams. So my concern is not necessarily taking the final, but the kids that are in those AP classes, I think we need to be encouraging them to take those AP exams. Because the idea is they're taking them to get the college credit. So now if we say, well, if you did good in the class and you didn't miss any days, you don't have to take the test. So I feel like that might be a disservice to the kids, because then the kids who may pass that exam and get the credit are then not taking the exams.
So from my understanding, a big piece of that removal of that requirement had to do with finances, the ability to, all students be able to afford to take that AP exam, which could be anywhere from, $75 to $80 per exam, depending. And obviously, these students take multiple exams throughout the year, so I think that was a consideration of why that is. And I think the teachers will continue to encourage the student to take that exam in order to get the college credit. Obviously, the knowledge is extremely important. The instruction that they gain is most important. But that ability to take that exam and get that college credit is also very, very important.
Right. I don't want us to put something in place where we're encouraging them to not take that step and take that exam.
Sure.
So on that line of thinking, did you get feedback from students that that would be a good impetus for them? That, hey, I don't have to take that AP exam? Not necessarily because of financial issues, but just because they didn't want to have to take the AP exam? Is that a pretty big draw for a lot of those students?
I think the decision was really based upon maybe past history of having conversations with students. I don't know that any current conversations have happened with students, but I think it was brought up from the task force that has been issues in the past with the current exemption policy, is that they can't be exempt if they don't take the test. And then it becomes, financial, as well as if the student's prepared. I mean, obviously, we want all students to be prepared to take the exam, but there will be some that may not be quite prepared to take that step. But the exemption policy required them to, put the money toward the exam as well as take the exam.
Well, and I know the campus that I worked on, we made sure any student who couldn't afford, we made sure that they were able to take the exam, so wouldn't let that stand in their way. But, I mean, there's pretty much already an exemption policy in place, but perhaps it just doesn't go down to the students who are, grades between 75 and 79. There's already exemptions in place for students to avoid those finals, right?
Only in 11th and 12th grade.
Only in 11th and 12th.
Only in the
Correctly,
spring
right now,
semester.
only in the spring semester.
Okay.
There is a real sense among secondary leaders and that a reset for expectation and behavior of starting with 9th and 10th grade after these 2 years of some flexible attendance options, that has a focus for resetting and incentivizing that attendance. And so that is part of what came through the committee. They do have certainly student advisory groups, and they talked about that is something that they receive input from them, but I'm not sure and couldn't state that actually is a specific piece of this.
Okay.
We were definitely trying to get information and get to policy committee and provide this information to you for feedback so that when we start the school year that we can have a clear plan in place.
Okay, thank you.
Was any thought given to class rank? Anything like that?
That did not come up in the conversation and that I was part of. We'll come back.
Any further questions? All right.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you. And our personalized learning 2021, 2022 in review and looking ahead to next school year, we're going to push that off to our July 25th board meeting. And the board will move back into closed session at 10:46.